one who shot a fire at Senzo.
My lord, if I have to explain some of the things, I was not surprised if they brought Chico's firearm to be tested, because there were allegations that Longo is the one who shot with his father. So there were those allegations. So they brought the allegations so that to clear the allegations that whether it's that firearm that was used or not. It happens a lot where in different instances, like in instances where police officers are involved in the shooting. If it's,
angizange kungimangazeke mina ukuthi kwalethwa isibhamu sikababa wakhe noma ke isibhamu sikaChico ngoba kwakunalezi insolo ezazithi uLongo uyena owadubula manje ke ukususa ke lezo insolo lezo kwalethwa ke leso sibhamu leso sikababa wakhe.
We had incidents where we found that 2 or 3 police officers were involved in the shooting, but in a group of about 10 police, then they will take all the firearms, send them to the lab to be tested. We had such incidents. Even if they bring this one, I was not surprised because I know what was happening with the investigations.
Kuyenzeka ke kusigameko la khona ke sithi amaphoyisa amaningi ke amabili amathathu ayishumi adubula ukuthi kuzothathwa zonke lezo ibhamu lezo zalo amaphoyisa zilethwe elab nalana ke akuzange kungimangazeke ukuthi kwalethwa lesi sibhamu.
Okay. So according to, are you done, sir?
I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Colonel. Colonel, are you telling this court that these allegations are not new before? They are not new as they are put today in this court? These allegations were allegations that were made because it was 8 days in between. That means these allegations started just after the incident happened, prior to the examination of Chico's firearm.
I don't know when they start, but I know that there were allegations that Longo could be the one who fired with his father's firearm. And the firearm was brought to us to examine so that we can eliminate it. If it's not the correct firearm, we eliminate it, say no, it's not the correct firearm. Then the IO must continue to look for the correct firearm.
Ukuthi zaqala ninikele insolo lezi ukuthi ke kwakuLongo owadubula angazi kodwa ngishoyo ukuthi isibhamu leso sikababa wakhe salethwa ke ukuthi uma kuukuthi akusona ke sikhishwe leso sibhamu ukuze ke ophenya icala ke aqhubeke nokuphenya atholeke isibhamu ekuyisona esadubula.
Yeah, but you're the one who talked about these allegations which led to Chico's Twala's firearm being examined. When did you hear these allegations? When?
I can't say when did I hear, but I know
was it in
that
2014?
It was in 2014, yes.
Thank you.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi ninike kodwa kwakungo 2014 uma ke ngizwa ngazo le insolo lezi.
You'll agree with me that there's no smoke without fire.
There's no smoke without fire.
That's correct.
Which law is that?
I suppose
No.
the witness doesn't have to.
I want to.
it.
No. I just want to. I don't want to be rushed in terms of what I want to put. If I say there's no smoke without fire, it's a proverb or it's an idiom, which I use to make up a follow up on the submissions that I'll make. If I say there's no smoke without fire, that means they can't make such allegations without the reasons.
My lord, there's many allegations which were made on this case. A lot of allegations were made.
I'm
so
talking
I cannot
precisely about Longwe. I'm talking about Longwe.
Lana engimangikusho ke ukuthi uma ngithi ke angeke nje kuvele kwenzeke insolo nje ngaphandle nje kwesizathu. Umephendula ke ufakazi ukuthi ke ningi kabi insolo ezenziwa kule cala leli.
I'm relating to the allegations that are attached to Longwe as the person who killed Senzo, whether accidentally or otherwise. But the fact of the matter is that these allegations are that Longwe is the one who shot Senzo using a 38 special. Let me move on. There's a witness who's coming to testify in respect of accused number 1. who will tell this court that there were 3 shots that were fired? You said there were 2 shots that were fired in the house. You said there are 2 shots that were fired. Are you making that conclusion on the basis of what was found as exhibits in the crime scene?
My lord, I could only account for 2 shots which were fired. The third one, I don't know of it. If there were 3 shots fired inside the house, then the bullet fired must have hit somewhere in the house, and there was no other bullet damage that was found in the house.
Mina ke ngiphendula noma ngikhuluma ke ukuqhuma kwesibhamu amahlandla amabili ngoba ke uma kuukuthi ke saqhuma ke isibhamu kathathu ukusho ukuthi leyo nhlamvu khona nje la yashaya khona ke kodwa ke akukho kunye ukulimala kwabonakala ke endlini.
Yes, that's why I'm saying, based on your conclusion, it relies on what you have found as exhibits, not on the general observation or on your independent opinion as to how many shots were fired. You relied on what you were given as exhibits that were found in the crime scene. Correct?
My lord, not on what I was given or not what was said to me, but based on the physical evidence that was there on the crime scene. It's only 2 shots fired, not 3 shots.
Mina ke ayingento engayitshela noma into ke eyaletha kumina kodwa ke ngokubufakazi obabukhona ke obabulaphayana endlini ukuthi isibhamu sakhuma amahlandla amabili ayamathathu.
Let me tell you another exhibit that was not found in the crime scene. That exhibit was with Longwe until it was taken out of his foot on his ankle. Let me put it this way. There were 3 shots that were fired. I'll call that witness who will come in. Give evidence.
What's his name, if the court may know?
I may not divulge the...
Why not?
My Lord,
That's the defense. Okay, but just listen to me.
yes.
You are obligated. There's no proof or onus on you to prove anything.
Yes.
But you are obligated in terms of the case of State versus Crossley, it was done by my brother Maluleke, that you must put your version. Okay?
Yes, I
You're not
understand.
forced, but if you don't,
May I just address the court in
Yeah,
relation to the safety of those witnesses, my Lord? Their identity cannot be said openly in court because they still have to apply for the protection of such witnesses.
no, that's your own business to take care of it. I'm just telling you what the law says.
Yeah, but my Lord, I may not be compelled to
No,
disclose
you are
the
not being
identity.
compelled.
Yes.
I
Even
can't
the
compel
state
you.
at some stage did not want to disclose some.
Who? This witness?
No. The state. Let me retract it. Let me just put it this way. My Lord, these witnesses' identity, they asked that they should not be disclosed at this stage.
Yeah, fine,
Yes.
fine.
This witness will tell the court that there were 3 shots that were fired in the house. The one is the one that caused an injury. Sorry? May I approach number 1?
Yes. 3 shots.
Thank you, Madam, for your indulgence.
Okay.
All right, firstly, let's clarify this aspect of the shots that were fired. The state witnesses said there were three. I'll be precise by saying Mthokozisi Twala. He stated that there were 3 shots that were fired. Zandi Kumalo stated that there were 3 shots that were fired. And I believe, who's the guy from Devon? Was from Devon. Tumelo Madlala. They all concluded that they gave evidence that 3 shots were fired. I'm talking about the state witnesses before I get into my witnesses. They said 3 shots were fired. You can't dispute them.
My lord, inside the house, it's only 2 shots fired. Maybe the 3rd one was fired outside the house, where you couldn't see any bullet damage or any. But inside the house, it's only 2 shots fired.
Ofakazi-ke uyababiza-ke uMthembu Mezulu, uTumelo, Mthokozisi, kanye naye uZandile bathe-ke isibhamu saqhuma kathathu. Mhlampe-ke esesithathu-ke uma uqhuma-ke ihlanga lesithathu kwenzeka ngaphandle-ke, kodwa phakathi endlini isibhamu saqhuma kabili.
All right. Let me put this version to you, according to those witnesses that I don't want to disclose at this stage. 3 shots were fired. 1 shot is the one that caused injury to Zandi on her leg. The other shot is the one that Longwe Twala shot himself on the leg while they were struggling for the gun. The 3rd one is the one that shot Senzo Meyiwa. But I'm not mentioning them according to the sequence of how they happened. I mean, all these 3 shots, they caused injury to Zandi. The one was stuck in the ankle of Longwe Twala, and the other one is the one who shot Senzo dead.
My lord, I don't know of any injuries that Longwe sustained. If he sustained any gunshot on the leg, was there an entrance and an exit of that bullet, or what happened to the bullet?
Ngokusho-ke kwalabo fakazi-ke engeke basho-ke ngenxa-ke yezizathu zokuvikeleka kwabo, isibhamu-ke isibhamu saqhuma kathathu kwashayeka uZandi, uLongwe-ke wabe senaye-ke eseyayidubula-ke ngalesikhathi-ke belwa ngaso-ke isibhamu. Lesithathu-ke ihlanda ila shaya khona-ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa. Uthi mephendula-ke anginalo-ke ulwazi lokuthi-ke uLongwe-ke wadubuleka naye-ke uma kukuthi wadubuleka-ke khona la inhlamvu yangena khona yabe isiyophuma futhi.
Longwe, after that incident, that wound became septic, and he went to a doctor, the late Dr. Mbatsane, who referred Longwe Twala to Dr. Modise in Rand Hospital, where a bullet was taken from Longwe's foot.
Sorry, you say Dr. Mbatsana,
Dr. Mbatsane was the first doctor.
right? And then Mbatsana refers the patient, to
to Dr. Modise
Modise.
at Rand Hospital.
Rand.
Rand Hospital.
Okay, fine.
Do you have any comment on that?
My lord, I cannot comment on that because I don't know anything of the injuries that Longwe sustained at the scene.
Akukho-ke engakusho mayelana nalokho ukuthi-ke uLongwe-ke wabe esebona-ke udokotela uMbatsane, yena-ke owamdlulisela kudokotela uModise eRand. Uthi-ke akukho engakusho ngalokho-ke ngoba-ke akukho engikwaziyo ngokulimala kukaLongwe kwindawo yesigameko.
I just wanted to demonstrate that there were 3 shots that were fired. And the last shot, and the other shot is the one that shot Senzo, and eventually he lost his life. There were 3 shots, not 2 shots.
My lord, I'm still repeating what I said. I can only account for 2 shots that I found at the scene. The 3rd one, I don't know.
Ngisamile-ke kuloko bengikade ngikusho ukuthi mina-ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili-ke lesithathu angikwazi.
Colonel, there's one thing that also needs to be visited in terms of the scene being contaminated. I was informed, or there's evidence before this court that, if not mistaken, Kelly Kumalo called Chico Twala after the incident. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware, my lord.
Anginalo ulwazi lokuthi ke emuva kwesigameko uKelly Khumalo waseshayela ucingo uChico Twala.
All right. Now, as I've put it to you yesterday, before I conclude my cross-examination, I said there were senior officers that were at the crime scene after Senzo was shot. Are you aware of the MEC of Health that was at the crime scene?
MEC of Health?
Yes. In
No, my lord,
Gauteng.
I'm not aware.
Bengishilo ke kwena ke ukuthi ke kwakunamaphoyisa ke ezikhundla eziphezulu afika ke kwindawo yesigameko ungabe uyazi yini ke ngongqongqoshe ke wezempilo noma MEC of Health owayekhona ke naye lapha cha angikwazi lokho.
The scene was also attended by the late Brigadier Ndlovu. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Brigadier Ndlovu, I am aware of that.
No Brigadier Ndlovu naye ke waya ke yebo Brigadier Ndlovu ngiyazi.
Are you aware of the presence of General Shedrack Spear on the day of the...
My lord, I'm aware of General Sibia was at the scene also. Attended the scene.
Ngiyazi nokuthi uGeneral Sibiya naye ke wayekhona kwindawo yesigameko.
General Spear at that time, was he the senior? I'm just asking. If you don't know, you don't know. Was he a senior to Brigadier Ndlovu?
My lord, during the incident, General Sibia was at the Hawks, DPCI, and the General Ndlovu was at the detective provincial office.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke kwenzeka isigameko uGeneral Sibiya yena ke wayekuma Hawks bese kuthi ke uGeneral Ndlovu ke yena ke ekuma detectives.
Who else can you think, or who else do you know was present, who was in a senior position, other than Shedrack Spear and Brigadier Ndlovu, and the MEC for Health? Do you know?
I only know of, I heard that General Musigili was also on the scene. Musigili.
Musikili. Ngiyazi futhi noma ngezwa ke futhi nokuthi no General Musikili naye wayekhona ke lapho.
So you would agree with me that these senior officials were at the crime scene, I would say, around 12 at night.
My lord, I don't know the time that they were at the scene, but what I know is General Sibia came to the scene as head of DPCI on the province,
Yes.
and General Ndlovu came to the scene as provincial head of detective on the scene.
Okay. Angazi isikhathi abafika ngaso engikwaziyo ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibiya waye lapha yana ke nanjengophethe ke noma ongameleke iDPCI noma lokubizwa ukuthi ama Hawks kusifunda bese kuthi uGeneral Ndlovu waya ke ngoba ukuthi uyena ke ohola abaseshi noma ke ama detectives kusifunda.
And General Musigili was also from the province.
Naye ke uGeneral Musigili wayebuya kusona isifunda.
Do you know if there was any communication between General Spear and Mr. Silo Chico Twala?
Any communications?
Yes.
No, my lord, I don't know them.
Uyazi yini ukuthi kwakukhona yini ukukhuluma noma ke ukuxoxa kwakukhona phakathi kwaGeneral Sibiya noChico Twala? Ngikwazi lokho.
Was Chico Twala also on the scene, if I may be clarified?
No. I've put it long time that Chico was not there. Even during the evidence of Mr. Stein, I've said it that a cell phone which was recorded in the name of Chico was not at the crime scene.
So the discussion was supposed to have taken place where?
It was a discussion, a communication between Chico Twala and General Sbia. When
the scene.
General Sbia was at the scene.
At the scene.
Yeah, Chico was not
Yeah,
at
you
the
can
scene.
communicate with the phone. So
Yes.
you're communicating with Chico, not on the scene.
Correct.
But Twala, Sibia at the scene.
Yes,
That's what I want to know.
that's correct.
Yes.
I just want to establish if, do you know whether, or did it came to your attention that General Sbia also phoned Warrant Officer Makubo to attend to the crime scene?
Warrant Officer Makubu.
Yes, Mishek Makubo.
No,
He
don't
was
know.
called after 12 o'clock, 12 midnight, towards 1 in the morning, early hours in the morning.
From which section was Warrant Officer Makubu?
He's from the DPCI, from the Hawks.
My lord, what I understood was General Sbia was from the DPCI, from the Hawks. General Ndlovu was from provincial office. No, because Senzo was the national goalkeeper of the. After the incident, DPCI came to the scene to attend the scene to find out what transpired. Maybe the docket will be theirs. So if General Sbia comes to the scene, he will call his team of investigating officers to come with him.
Yeah.
General Ndlovu also called his team of investigating officers to come to the scene.
Correct.
But this thing was discussed at the scene. That's where the agreement was made that the provincial office will take over the docket, and then General Sbia and his members withdrew from the scene.
Okwenzeka lana ke ngaba uyazini ke ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibia washayela ucingo washayela yena ke uwarrant officer Makubo uMishek naye osebenza kuma Hawks. Umephendula ke ufakazi uthi okwenzeka lana ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke uSenzo ke waye nozintike noma ke ugoalkeeper we national team kwase manje kuza ke DPCI ukuzolalela ukuthi kwenzakalani naye ke futhi iprovince noma isifunda seza uma ngabe eza ke uGeneral Sibia uzoza nethimba lakhe labaphenyi uma uNdlovu eza uzoza nethimba lakhe labaphenyi isinqumo sathathwa khona lapho ke ukuthi cha isifunda noma iprovince ezoqhubeka nophenyo wabese uGeneral Sibia nethimba lakhe ke bayahoxa bona ke.
Since then, my lord, General Sibia was never involved in the investigations. General Ndlovu and the provincial team and head office also were involved in this, but not General Sibia.
Ukusuka ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke uGeneral Sibia akabanga ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo noma yophenyo ke kwaba ke uGeneral Ndlovu nethimba lakhe ke kanye ke nesifunda ke kanye futhi ke nayo ihead office.
I'm talking about what happened that night. I'm not talking about general investigations. I'm saying I'll call Makubo on my defense, who will come and give evidence relating to that evidence. Makubo was called by General Sbia that night. Upon his arrival, he called him aside to assist him to reconstruct the crime scene. And certain questions, I'll tell those questions that General Sbia asked from Warrant Officer Makubo.
My lord, if he was called to reconstruct the crime scene, in what way will he reconstruct the scene?
Engikushoyo ke mina ke hayi lokho okhulumayo wena kophenyo ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibia waxhumana ke naye uMakubo uma esefika lapho wambizela ecaleni ke wamcela ukuthi alekeleleke ukuthi ke balungiseke noma benzeka ushaka noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi reconstructor icrime scene noma indawo yesigameko uthi ke mayiphendula akwenze ngayiphi ke indlela uma ukuthi wakwenza lokho.
All right. Before I get into that question that you have just posed, are you aware that Warrant Officer Makubo is investigating the docket 375 of 375 of 01/2019? Are you aware of that?
My lord, I'm aware that there was a docket open, but I don't know who was investigating that docket.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ke uMakubo uphenya le dokodo eliwu 375/01/2019 ngiyazi ukuthi yebo khona ke idokodo lavulwa kodwa ngazi ukuthi ubani ophenyayo.
Let me get back into what will be is the version of Warrant Officer Makubo. He said he was called upon his arrival. Shedrack Sbia called him and asked him if he observed what has happened here, what could be his opinion. And Warrant Officer Makubo, after he has assessed this, the scene, he told General Spear there and there that there are no intruders that came here.
As a court, please, my lord, I don't know if it's proper to put hearsay evidence to this witness. If Makubo is going to testify, Warrant Officer Makubo is going to testify, he can testify about it. But to slip in hearsay evidence by General Sibia via Makubo, we submit, my lord, that that is not permissible.
Yes, Mr. Mgumizu.
It's not hearsay because I mentioned that I'm going to call Warrant Officer Makubo. The only thing that my colleague can fix at the moment is to prepare the calling of Captain Bentley. Who's that? Bentley? The one that who Bentley? Yes, the one who called Mangena to the scene. I think he should be concerned about that. Because I said I'm going to call I've called Warrant Officer Makubo, and I still have to call him on the main. So that cannot be a hearsay. This is what he's going to tell the court, because I put it here on record, that Makubo will tell the court that upon his observation, after he concluded checking the scene, he told Shadrach Spear there and there was no hesitation. He told Makubo that, he told General Spear that there are no intruders.
And this is after 12 o'clock.
That is after that.
And they are alleged murder of
It happened
Senzo
at
happened at
10,
about
9.
9, 8, somewhere.
9,
Half
yes.
past 8, 9.
That's
Okay,
correct.
So it comes after 3 hours.
It comes after 3
The house
hours.
is empty.
Yes,
There are no intruders, he says.
yes,
Okay,
no
fine.
intruders. Then he told General Spear that people that are in the house knows what happened.
My lord, I can't comment on that. I don't know anything about that.
Kulokho kushoyo ke ukuthi ke uSibiya wakhulumisana noMakubo, waseke uMakubo lapho ke etshela uSibiya ke ukuthi cha abekho abantu abangena lana, abantu abasendlini bayazi ukuthi kwenzekani, akukho engingakusho kulokho.
Do you know of any meeting or a second meeting that was held at Melrose Ark? At Melrose Ark.
No, my lord, I don't know of any meetings.
Akukho engikwaziyo mayelana nomhlangano owenzeka eMelrose Ark.
Thank you, sir. Before I conclude, may I just quickly check if there's something I've omitted. Oh, lastly, my lord, may I have your permission to approach accused number 1?
Yeah, fine. No problem. Do you know Melrose Arch, sir? Is there a police station there?
I don't know, my lord.
You don't know whether there's a police station there? How do you
It's
know
a police station, not Santen.
How do you know?
It's Santen police station.
Melrose Arch? No, I want to know.
I know it.
Yeah, how do you know it, if you do know it?
I only know it when I pass them.
Ngiyazi ngokuvula khona ke eMelrose Ark.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Yes, Mr. Makamu Sipidi.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. Morning, Colonel.
Good morning, advocate.
At the beginning, let me just put it on record to say, on behalf of accused number 2, we don't know what happened at the scene, inside the kitchen, at that crime scene. So I'm not going to proffer any theory of explanation about what happened there, because my instructions are that accused number 2 says he was not at that scene. He's not part of the people that committed this offense, and he doesn't know anything about that offense.
Angikusho ke ngisaqala ke ukuthi ke akukho engizokusho kuwena ke ngithi yilokho kwenzeka laphayana kwenzeka lokho cha akuzange kwenzeke lokho ngoba ke uyasho ke umangalelo wesibili ukuthi yena ke wayengekho laphayana wayengasona ingxenye yabantu ababekhona laphayana kuleya ndawo ngaleliya langa manje okwenzeka laphaya akakwazi.
Now, what I want to begin with is recapping on your training, your experience, and your background in forensic ballistics. Now, if understood, your evidence last year was that at the time you were 29 years in the police and 28 years in the ballistic section of the forensic science laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
Uma ufakaza noma uthula ubufakazi bakho bekunyaka ondlule ushilo ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso uneminyaka ewu29 usemaphoyiseni futhi ke uneminyaka ewu28 usebenza ke ngama ballistics noma ke ibhamu nezinhlamvu.
And you are a forensic crime scene analyst and a forensic firearms and firearms components tools examiner, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi ke ngisebenza ke kwindawo zezigameko ngisebenza futhi ngophathelene nazo ibhamu.
And amongst others in your training, you have received training with regard to what is termed a comparison microscope, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngikhulumile ke nange microscope eyokuqhathanisa noma lokubiza ngokuthi ke i-comparison microscope esetshenziswa ke ukuqhathanisa.
In brief, for those of us who are not ballistically learned, what is a comparison microscope?
My lord, the comparison microscope is the instrument that we use to compare. It's either your bullets or your cartridge cases, if they have the similar markings on them, which were transferred by a firearm during the firing process. Yes.
Lana ke leyo microscope engikhuluma ngayo ke isetshenziselwa ke ukuthi khona yini ke uma usebenzisa inhlamvu kanye futhi nalo ke igobolondo ukubheka ukuthi akhona yini ama mark afanayo ke adluliswe isibhamu ngenkathi ke sisetshenziswa isibhamu leso ukuthi sidubule.
Yes, but I want to give everybody a picture of what that comparison microscope is, because I'm used to this lab comparison microscope that we used to use at school, the single one that you look here. Yours, how does it look, and how do you test an exhibit bullet together with a test bullet on that microscope?
My lord, using a comparison microscope, what we normally do is, if you have two specimens, let's say two bullets,
Yes.
let's say picked up from the crime scene or collected from the crime scene, we come with them and then we mark them, and after marking them, you put them on your microscope to compare the.
Esokwenzekayo asithi uneyinhlamvu ezimbili. Enye uzithole lezo nhlamvu lezo la isigameko senze khona. Uyayithatha ke uza nazo eleft. Ila oyimaka khona ke usuthatha khona ke yona ke lo tools leyo noma leyo microscope leyo ke uzoyisebenzisa ukubheka noma ukuqhathanisa.
When using the comparison microscope, what you'll do is you'll put one specimen on your left-hand side and then the other specimen on your right-hand side. When you look through the eyepiece, you can see both items at the same time.
Mase uyayithatha ke manje zombili. Enye uyibeka kwisandla sakho sokunxele, enye uyibeka kwisandla sakho sokudla, bese uyathatha ke manje lokho obheka ngakho. Uyayibona ke zombili ngesikhathi esisodwa.
So, in essence, that comparison microscope, it's two lenses, this side and this side, connected together, and you can focus on two bullets, the one on the left, the one on the right, and you do your comparison. Is that my understanding of how that entrapment works?
That's correct, ma'am.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke ama-lens amabili ke owasebenzisayo ukubheka lezi inhlamvu ezimbili ke le ese-left ese-right.
And furthermore, regarding your training, you said you received training on the different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components, and you also traveled to or visited factories and manufacturers of ammunition and bullets. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi na uqeqesho lwami-ke luhlangene nokwenziwa-ke nendlela ezahlukeneke zokwenziwa kwazi ibhamu nokuya-ke kuma-factories la kwenziwa khona iy'nhlamvu.
And you have visited, I'm not going to repeat them, local factories here in South Africa. You've visited is it the Lorinco factory in China or the Lorinco? I don't know the difference, Lorinco.
That's correct. In Norinco, we've visited a number of factories in Norinco which manufacture the Norinco type pistols.
Kuyiqiniso ngokumayelana nayo-ke inorinco saya kuma-factory-ke ahlukene enza-ke ama-pistol ayo inorinco.
And you have also, during your evidence, when you are putting your experience, referred to several what are called noteworthy cases that you were involved in, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Ushilo-ke futhi nangamakhala-ke ahlukeneke osuyileke noma-ke osebenze kuwona yebo.
There's a case that I'm going to refer you to, but I haven't printed it yet regarding your experience. Then I'll discuss it at the end of my evidence with you. So I'll move on. In your industry, that is the ballistic section, there's certain terminology that you use regularly in your work, correct? Certain terminology. I'll give you the terms and I want you to describe or explain them or what they mean, right? When we talk about an identification, what are we talking about?
When we talk about identification,
Yes.
it's when you're using your microscope, you look for identification marks, those or similar markings which are identical
Yes.
on both. It's either your test on your exhibits or both your exhibits. It depends on what you're working on.
All right.
You look for the similarities.
Yes.
Then you can identify. Once you have your identification, any mark that you can identify, that's the mark that you're going to use to identify further exhibits that are related or maybe which were caused by the same tool or the same firearm.
Lana sikhuluma-ke ngaloko okutholayo-ke uma ubheka-ke kule thuluzi ebengikhulume ngalo ukuthi siyasebenzisa ubheka-ke ama-mark noma imark ethize oyitholayo-ke iyona-ke leyo-ke esikhuluma ngayo uma sikhuluma ngaloko-ke ummeli athi-ke i-identification.
And you speak about, when you are doing a comparison and a finding, you speak about an elimination or exclusion. What does that mean?
Right. Elimination or exclusion is where you find two specimens where you can see there's differences in them, showing that they were not made by the same tool. Then you eliminate one from, let's say you have a firearm and a bullet from a crime scene or a cartridge case from a crime scene. With a firearm, you're going to shoot the test. You compare the test that you fired with this firearm with the exhibits that you recovered from a crime scene. Then you look for the similarities. If there are no similarities, you can see more differences on those, or you can see more different class characteristics or different individual marks. Then you say that you are eliminating it. It was not fired from this specific firearm.
Lana sikhuluma ngokuthi uma usuvivinya-ke ubheka-ke usebenzisa sona-ke isibhamu ubusuyathola-ke ukuthi cha akukho-ke lana okutholakalayo noma ukuthi-ke lokhu okutholakala lana kuyatholakala nangalana kuyafana-ke yila manje esesikhuluma khona ukuthi-ke usuyayikhipha-ke ukhiphele eceleni.
And you also talk within examination, comparison and findings about an inconclusive finding. What does inconclusive mean?
My Lord, when we refer to inconclusive findings, the inconclusive findings is where you are working on them. You can see the similarities, maybe of class characteristics and subclass characteristics, but you cannot see all the markings that you see, the individual markings that you are looking at. You can see them, but they are not sufficient enough to make it positive. Then you say that it's inconclusive. Well, by inconclusive, you meaning that it cannot exclusively say that this specific bullet or this specific cartridge case was fired in this firearm. The class characteristics may be the same, but the individual markings are not sufficient enough to make it positive.
Lana sikhuluma ngokuthi-ke uma kuwukuthi uyabheka ubusuyathola ukuthi yebo khona ngikubonayo kodwa-ke akwanele-ke ukuthi-ke ngingafikelela kwisinqumo noma nginganquma ngithi yilokhu yila esikhuluma khona-ke ngokuthi-ke lokhu engikutholile akwanele.
And furthermore, you then speak about not suitable for identification, when will that situation arise?
When we say it's not suitable for identification, we are referring to if it's a bullet, it's fired, it's damaged, in a condition that you cannot do a comparison of the individual markings to the chest or your other bullets.
Lana ke sikhuluma ngokuthi asebenziseke inhlamvu ukuthi le nhlamvu itholakeleke kodwa ke isimo engasona ke ukuthi le nhlamvu akukho ukuthi ke ukhona ongakuthola ke kuyona ke noma ke ungakwazi ukuthi ungaqhathanisa lapho sisho ke ukuthi ayikulungele noma ke ayikho suitable ukuthi ke identify noma ukhona ongatholakala kuyona.
And when you have done your examination comparison, you come to a conclusion which is a match. You say that there is sufficient agreement. What is meant by sufficient agreement?
My lord, when we say it's a sufficient, we have sufficient agreement of individual characteristics or individual marks. That's when you look at the similarities. If the similarity that you see on both items are exactly the same, you can say that this is a match.
Lana ke uma ke usuqhathanisa ke usuyathola ke ukuthi ke lokho oqhathanisayo ke lamazibitha amabili ke kufana ngamashi ila esisho khona ke manje sebenzisa ke leligama ke elithi ke sufficient agreement ngoba ke lokho okuthola ngala uyathola nangala.
Now, there's an acronym AFTE, AFTE. Do you know it and do you know what it stands for?
Yes, my lord, I attended the FT seminar in 2012 in New York, in Buffalo City. FT is a seminar, Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners.
Umukhuluma nge-FT ukhuluma ke ngeseminar engaya kuyona ke eNew York, said which year?
2012.
2012.
Sorry, at which institute or university?
It's an association of toolmark examiners from different countries. They normally meet every year.
Lana ke sikhuluma ke ngenhlangano noma association ke ehlangana unyaka nonyaka futhi ke kuya kumazwe ahlukene.
And correctly so, it's an international association of members who are firearms and toolmark examiners.
That's correct, yes.
Lena ke inhlangano ke abantu ababuya ke kumazwe ahlukahlukene futhi ke abasebenza ngazo ke ibham noma ke lokho bizwa ukuthi ama toolmarks.
And there are members to AFTE, associate members and non-members, but all of you, and when I say you, I mean firearm and toolmark examiners, you adhere to AFTE's standards, theories, and principles when you do your examination comparison of ballistic evidence, tools, and bullet components, whatever you are doing in your field.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi sonke ke kuyo nhlangano noma la sihlangana khona ke sisebenza noma senza ke izinto ngokwendlela ke elindele yayo le nhlangano.
And there's what is called AFTE's theory of identification. Do you know it?
Yes, I know the FT theory of identification.
Nayo ke i-after theory leyo ngiyayazi.
Can you, in brief, explain the general principles of that theory?
Theory of identification?
Yes.
Right. With the theory of identification, my lord, is when you look, you take you do your comparison, and in your comparison, you look at the similarities of your exhibit, maybe, or your specimen. And during the process of your comparison, in the theory, you look at the similarities. You start with your class characteristics. You go to your subclass, if there's any subclass, and then you go to your individual markings. Your comparison on those things. When you do the theory of identification, normally what we are looking at, it's a pattern match. You look at the pattern. If there's any pattern, like the shape of your firing pin, what marks do we have in the firearm pin? Sometimes you find that it's not striation, it's a pattern. You compare the pattern. If one firearm has been used to do to create patterns, you will see all your patterns on all your firearms or the specimens which are fired in a specific firearm. So normally with the with the theory of identification, you do your comparison based on that. You look at the contour, you look at the depth of your markings, you look at the spacings of all your markings or between the markings on those. That's a theory that we normally use when you do a comparison.
And what does that theory, so sorry, Mr. Jonas.
I'm not going to repeat myself. Just go on. I mean, that's Greek to me. So for you to go so long and expect me to, so just go on. It's the same thing I requested yesterday. Just go on.
No, but the accused persons need to know.
Need to be fair.
Yes.
I asked this yesterday, so
Yes.
it's repeating. So what is it?
Colonel Mangena, I'm going to request you, for the purposes that the accused can also be interpreted to what is being said. Break down your answers in small sections and allow Mr. Jonas to interpret. So let's start at the beginning.
I apologize for that, man.
Let's start at the beginning. Just give me the gist of the three principles on which the after theory of identification is based.
With the three principles of the FT theory.
Let me be fair to you, Colonel. If you've got a literature in front of you, you can just read it verbatim as is, then you can explain it.
Right. With the theory of identification, as it pertains to the comparison of a tool mark, enables the opinion of common origin to be made when the unique surface contour and of two tool marks are sufficient.
Yes, allow you to interpret, please.
Uma sikhuluma nge-theory noma lokhu okuchazayo noma identification kumayelana nokuqhathanisa lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi ke ama-tool mark, wona-ke anikeza ngovo nokuchaza-ke ukuthi-ke la okusuka khona-ke lokho kwenziwa kanye futhi-ke nama-tool mark amabili ukuthi-ke anele lokho kubizwa-ke ngokuthi ngesivumelwano noma isivumelwano esanele sufficient agreement.
And the second principle, Colonel?
That the sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random tool mark as evidenced by the correspondence of the pattern or combination of patterns on the surface contour.
Okay. Yeah, read it, all of it, the whole of the second
All right.
principle, then he'll interpret.
The significance is determined by the comparative examination of two or more set of surface contours, patterns, comparisons, and individual peaks, ridges, and furrows, especially the relative heights, depth, width, curvatures, and spatial relationships of the individual peaks, ridges, and furrows within one set of our surface contour are defined as and compared to corresponding features of the second set of the surface contour. Agreement is significant when the agreement in individual characteristics exceed the best agreement demonstrated between the tool marks are known to have been produced by the different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tools known to have been produced by the same tool. The statement that sufficient agreement exists between two tool marks means that the agreement of individual characteristics is of a quantity and quality, that the likelihood that another tool could have made marks is so remote that, or is so remote to be considered a practical impossible.
To the court, my lord, can I just ask this to be explained in layman's terms? Is this correct?
But you know what? I've read about ballistics. The tools are not applicable here. Is that not so, sir? With consent about ballistics.
My lord,
A tool I know,
with a tool,
yeah, you can take an X. The
With the
contour, the
tools,
depth, the width, fine. But I
also
think this
depends-
court is concerned about the ballistics in this case.
My lord, let the expert
Yes,
testify.
yes,
He's explaining,
Yes.
because I said firearms and tool marks. And this principle, this theory of identification covers both experts who are tool mark examiners, who are firearm
But he's reading
ballistic
from there.
examiners.
You see, that's my problem.
He's reading?
You said you must read from there. You said
Yes,
so.
yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm interested in the application.
yes, I'm coming to
Has he
that.
ever applied all those theories?
I'm coming to that, my
Oh,
lord.
okay,
My
fine.
lord is jumping the gun.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
right, in simple layman's language, my lord, is how you do comparison. You are comparing the contour, you're comparing the marks transferred to a firearm. By a firearm to your tool mark, it's either your bullet or your cartridge cases. You look at the contour, you look at the spacings of your marks, you look at the continuity of it.
Lana nje ngafishi nje ukuthi yonke lokho bekufunda la ku number 2 ukuthi ukuqhathanisa noma ukuthola ke ama marks noma yini ke kusona ke isibhamu noma okundluliselwe isona isibhamu noma kudluliselwa kwinhlamvu. Yes.
Right, when you say that there's agreement of sufficient marks, it's when all those are in line and are consistent. Where you can see the similarities, the contour is the same, the mark depth sometimes becomes exactly the same, or it will depend on your firearm. But all those marks will be exactly the same. Then, where it will be impossible for two different tools to create the same marks like those ones.
Lana ke mase sikhuluma manje ngayo ke i-sufficient agreement sikhuluma ngokuthi ke onke ke lama marks noma konke lokhu okubhekayo ke uyakuthola ngokuthi ke isibhamu ngaba yini ke lama characteristics noma le impawu lezi eyidluliselwe isona isibhamu kuyona inhlamvu.
And let me just quickly read the third leg of the theory. It says, currently the interpretation of individualization and or identification is subjective in nature, founded on scientific principles and based on the examiner's training and experience. Right?
That's correct, yes.
So practically what it says, for you as an examiner, correct me if I'm wrong, to say that there's a match or there's not a match, everything, the testing that you do is subjective. And your conclusion as well is subjective.
That's correct.
Lana ke yebo okushiwo ke ilokho ke ukuthi ke noma yini ke othi uma usuwenzile ke umsebenzi wakho ke oyitholayo egcineni noma ke isinqumo oficela kusona ke egcineni ukuthi ke siyakwazi ke ukuthi ke sibhekwe naso leso sinqumo leso noma lokho okutholile.
Sorry.
That subjectivity is based on what? It must be predicated on some factors.
As I said, it's based on
Yeah.
the training and experience that you have.
That's it.
Yes.
So it's not your own subjectivity. It's based on the training which you have undergone to
And
interpret
experience.
the factors which you are saying the sufficient commonality.
That's correct, my lord.
Lokho ke kuya ngokuqeqeshwa ke ukuthi ke indlela ke owaqeqeshwa ngayo ukuthi ke umsebenzi lo uwenze.
And by the way, different trainers are trained by different people. So the training is not universal, correct?
The training is done by different,
Yes.
depends on who's training you and
Yes.
who's.
Kuya ngokuthi ke ubani ke wena ke okunikeza uqeqesho lo noma ubani okutrainayo.
Now, before we go to the mini adjournment, I just want you to touch on 3 characteristics that you normally will find with regard to firearms and bullets and projectiles and cartridge cases. They're defined for us again: class characteristics, What are they? Say, for example, in this particular case, the CZ 9mm Luger with other Lugers, what are the class characteristics that you are looking at?
The class characteristics of those will be the caliber of the firearm.
Lana ke mase sikhuluma ngayo iCZ i9mm kuzoba ke iloko okubiza ngokuthi ngama class noma ke kunozinto ezithize ama characteristics athize ayo yikona esizokubheka. Yes.
The number of grooves in the barrel of the firearm.
Ukuthi ke kunama grooves amangaki la ngaphambi kuloko okubiza ngokuthi ke ibarrel yaso isibam.
The twisting of your grooves.
Ukuthi ke ama grooves lawo ke ajika noma atwista kanjani.
And the width of your grooves.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke avuleke kangakanani.
Okay. After the minute adjournment, I'll come back to this one. With regard to grooves in the CZ, the exhibit firearm, let me call it that because since CZ Luger 9mm is alphabet soup that will twist my tongue. So let's say the exhibit bullet, firearm.
The CZ75
The
pistol.
CZ75 9mm parabellum. How many grooves? Do we count grooves?
It
How
has
many
6 grooves.
Okay.
6 right twisted grooves.
Okay.
Lena ke sikhuluma ngayo iCZ 75 yona ke inama grooves awu6 abizwa ngokuthi ke twisted.
And in other firearms, just for completeness sake, there'll be left twisting grooves as well.
We have firearms which are left twisted, but there are very few.
Okay.
Most of the firearms are right twisted.
Okay.
Sinazo ibhamu ke la ke ama grooves atwistela ke kuhlangothi la ngasekunxele kodwa ke ayikho iningi lezo ibhamu eziningi zona twistela ngako right.
Now let's come to a definition of the crux of why we are here, the individual characteristics. What are we looking for or what are they?
The individual characteristics, my lord, can be the imperfections that are inside the firearm, which can create markings on your exhibits. Let's say in the process of manufacturing the firearm, they're using, I would say, blades to cut the grooves, and in the process, there's friction, there's the erosions and there's corrosion, where you find that in that process, some of the marks will be created in the barrel of the firearm or on your grooves. Those irregularities in your barrel will create markings on all your exhibits which you are fired in this firearm. The striations that you see are created by such things, which are could have been created during the manufacturing of this specific firearm. Or it will depend.
Ekwenziweni kwaso ke isibhamu lesi kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke kunezinto ke khona ke noma kwi barrel lena yaso ke isibhamu khona ke ukungathi ke kundlulisele ke asisebenziseke yona ke inhlamvu ke ama marks athize okwabizile ngokoma term ke ase eyibhamu ama striations kuya ngokuthi indlela ke isibhamu uma senziwe kanjani noma yini ke ama grooves lawo abe khona ngaphakathi noma kuyona ibarrel yesibhamu.
And lastly, on this aspect, what are subclass characteristics?
The subclass might be the ones which are created there, not like the class characteristics. We can have subclasses which are created within, I don't know how to explain, it might be an accidental created during the manufacturing, or in case like cartridge cases where you have the head stamps or the batch number. With those head stamps or batch numbers, we can have the subclass because it will be only for that limited amount. With the cutting of the grooves, where I said it might be an accidental, you find that the tool that they're using, it creates a specific mark on it. When they change the tool, that mark's no longer there. It will be only on the specific firearms which were created with that specific tool, but not all of them.
Uma sesikhuluma ngawo ke ama subclass kuya ngokuthi ke yiphine ke ithulusi noma ke itool esetshenzisiwe wenza ke isibonele ngayo ngalo igobolondo noma ke icartridge ukuthi ke khona ke laba kubiza ngokuthi ke istamp noma ke uma sekushintshwa ke manje sengasetshenziswa ke leyo tool sekusetshenziswa enye itool ila uzuthola khona ukuthi lokho ukutholile ngaphambili akusekho ke manje.
And now, just before we go to a mini adjustment, when we do identification in terms of a match, do we consider all of these characteristics, or do we only consider some of them to be matching on both sides, the exhibit and the test?
When you do your comparison, my lord, your class characteristics must be there. Your individual markings are the ones that you're concentrating on. And when you're using your individual characteristics, they must be in a relative same position.
Uma usuqhathanisa ke manje kunalokho okubhekayo ke lokho akubizwa ngokuthi ke ama-IC, individual characteristics, ukuthi ke wona ke kufanele ukuthi abe khona ke lapho kufanele ubheke futhi nendawo ke atholakala kuyona.
Thank you, my lord. It's 11:20.
Are you
Will it
through
be
with-
opportune to take this?
Are you through with your cross-examination concerning, as you said you wanted to? You can go on if you think you must finalize this aspect of your cross-examination.
No. I've covered I wanted us to cover the various classes. I'm done with them, my lord. I'm going to move on to the next aspect after the short adjournment.
Is that so?
Yes.
Just from my understanding, you talked about striations, grooves, lens, etc. Is there a firearm in the world which has, are there two firearms or more which have the similar striations or grooves inside the barrel?
Inside the barrel?
Yeah,
No, my lord.
never, ever.
Unless if we have to check all the firearms in the world, but the ones that we have ever checked, no. We won't find the
That's what
exactly
two
the same.
professors
Sorry,
are
my
saying.
lord, before the court adjourns, I just want clarification on the bench question. The court asks you, is there two or more firearms that have got the same grooves and striations?
The
My
same
co-
striations.
Sorry?
The same striations.
And grooves, that's what the court is
Yes.
asking you.
No,
Now we
but-
must distinguish between grooves and striations. I want you to clarify that for the court.
You can find the striations inside the groove.
Yes.
Because the striations are created when they cut the grooves inside the firearm. So in the process of cutting the grooves, they are creating the striations which are being transferred to your bullets when you fire a shot.
Okay.
Lokho kubizwa ngokuthi iwona ke ama-striations, iwona ke enzeka ngaphakathi ke noma kubizwa kuyona ke i-groove uma sekuthi ke manje noma ke asengaphumela kuyona inhlamvu.
Thank you, my lord. May we-
No, just last. But those striations and grooves are unique.
They are
They're
unique.
like a
man.
fingerprint.
The striations are unique like a fingerprint.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Court
madam.
adjourned.
uthole ukuthi ke awu6 lokukutshela ukuthi ke anele.
I think, Captain, we're gonna be confused. Let me continue with this, and when we come to your charts, we'll ask them to be beamed here, and we'll look at your results on the aspect where you said, I found 6, we will do that exercise. On the other one where you said, I found 5, we'll do the same exercise, count them in court, so that everybody is on the same page and we understand what you are talking about. And similarly, on the 2, you'll say, on this one where I found 2, it's this one and this one. And then we can understand how this CMS really should be applied. So let me continue with my cross-examination. Now, back to the terminology that you also use. When you examine a bullet, sometimes there are what are called skid marks or slippage marks. What is a skid mark and what is a slippage mark?
My lord, when a shot is fired and your bullet is inside the chamber, it's in the cartridge inside the chamber, a shot is fired. The minute your bullet leaves the chamber, it gets into the barrel of the firearm. When you speak of slippage, your bullet, it slips into, it doesn't go into not the chamber, into the barrel straight. It slips before it gets into the chamber, into the barrel. So you will have the skid marks when it slips, or the slippage before it gets into the chamber, into the barrel. Yes. So those marks will be different, will create some other markings that are it's difficult sometimes to match the skid marks or the slippage marks on your exhibits. Because you can see all firearms, when you shot, instead of getting into the barrel, they slip a little bit and then because what you're looking at the barrel is, normally the barrel is a little bit bigger in diameter than your bullet. So when it leaves the chamber, after a shot is fired, it slips and then it gets into the chamber. Because the barrel is a little bit bigger, the barrel will grip it so that it can go through all the grooves. So the slippage is when it leaves the barrel, the chamber, and getting into the barrel.
Lama marks ombuza ngawo noma ke ukhuluma ngawo ke ama slippage nama skid marks isikhathi ke la khona ke uma usudubula ke bese ukuthi manje ke inhlamvu lena engaphakathi kulona igobolondo isiyaphuma kuyona ke i-chamber iya manje la ngaphambili kusona isibhamu lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-chamber yilawo ma-marks akhuluma ngawo.
And how does the slippage or the skid mark affect the carrying of the marks onto a bullet?
Onto the bullet?
Yes.
It can create markings which are different from the, and those markings, as I said, it's difficult because your slippage will not happen exactly the same way. Yes. So it will change. It will create the markings which will sometimes be impossible to match with the firearm, but you will see that there's a slippage on this bullet.
Ama marks ke lawo azohluka ke kuya ngokuthi ke kwenzeke kanjani ke ingawenza ke ama marks azohluka ke kusona isibhamu.
So in other words, the slippage or the skid mark will create inconsistent markings. The markings won't be the same on a particular bullet to bullet.
That's why I said it's difficult to can match the slippage markings. Those markings, it's difficult to can match them and say that they were fighting the same firearm.
Ingakho ngishilo ukuthi lawo ma-marks lawo abizwa ngokuthi ke ama-slippage ke kunzima ke ukuthi kuwaqhathaniseke uthi cha kusetshenziswe isibhamu esithize.
And what we must understand is not all the firearms will have the slippage.
Yes.
It will depend on the firearm. If the firearm has been misused or it's been used many times and it's starting to worn out, that's where you will find mostly the slippage on the firearm. But the new firearms, you will hardly find the slippages on them.
Futhi ke ngeke ukuthole lokho kuzona zonke ibhamu kuya ngokuthi ke isibhamu sisetshenziswa kanjani futhi ke nakangakanani kodwa ibhamu ezintsha ke ngeke ukuthole lokho noma ke amathuba ukuthi ke ungathola ke lokho mancane kakhulu.
Sorry. Don't ballistics refer to that slippage as you are trying to explain to us? that language. They use the language indeterminate. Have you ever heard of that?
My lord, indeterminate is when
Yes.
you do your comparison, you can see the markings, but they're not
That's it.
enough, sufficient enough
That's it.
to can say they were fired in the same firearm. With the slippage, you can see the slippage markings, but those markings also, you cannot determine whether, so we make it inconclusive. If you have only the slippage, you don't have proper markings, you can make it inconclusive also, or indeterminate.
Kule gama ke inkantolo ibizayo indeterminate ukuthi ke lapho uyabona ke noma ke uyakwazi ke ukubheka ke kodwa ubusuyathola ke ukuthi cha le impawu noma lama marks ke lana ke awanele ukuthi ke ungasho noma ke usikhuphe isinqumo ngokuphelele ukuthi cha kwenzeke kanjeni.
Sorry, I've got to understand this. When you say inconclusive, what do you actually mean?
Inconclusive, it means that you can have positive inconclusive or negative inconclusive.
Right.
When it's positive inconclusive, you have markings, similar markings, but are not sufficient enough to can say that it's exactly this firearm that has fired. So, because of the markings are not sufficient enough, you can just say that it's inconclusive, meaning you cannot determine that this bullet was fired in this firearm.
Irrespective of the other characteristics contained in the bullet.
With the class characteristics,
Yeah,
you can see the class characteristics.
That's it.
The class characteristics, let's say it's all the Cs.75 will have 6
Yeah,
right
as you said,
twisted,
yeah. Right twisted, yeah.
cartridges. Those are the class characteristics.
Yes.
So you cannot make a bullet positive on class characteristics.
Okay.
You need to look at the individual markings,
Right.
which are made by the firearm also. So you can say that the class characteristics matches based on the class characteristics, only class characteristics, but there's no individual markings. So they are not sufficient enough. You can just say that it's inconclusive. You cannot conclude by saying this is the right firearm that was used.
La uma ukhuluma ke ngayo inconclusive usho ukuthi ke yebo kukhona ke okubonayo kodwa ke ngoba ke kungenama marks athize abhekiwe noma ke kufanele ukuthi atholakale abonakalayo ke lana awukwazi ke ukusho ukuthi cha ke iyakusho lokhu ke ngesiqinisekiso ingakho ke kusetshenziswa igama elithi inconclusive akwanele.
Let me just jump onto that one before I go to the next aspect, this aspect of inconclusive finding. In simple terms, when an examiner says, I have examined, we are talking about our case here, I've examined the exhibit bullet and I examined the firearm that was handed to me as having emanated from one of the accused persons in this case. Having examined that firearm, I come to the conclusion that it is inconclusive. In other words, you are saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, I cannot say for sure either way that this is the firearm that shot this particular bullet or this is not the firearm that shot that particular bullet. Are we on the same terms there?
It depends on your conclusion. You can say it's positive inconclusive. I can see the similarities,
Yes.
but they're not sufficient enough.
Yes.
So that will make it inconclusive or positive inconclusive. And you can say that I can see the class characteristics, the grooves, diameter of the grooves are the same, the number of your twistings, the grooves are the same, the width are the same, but I cannot see any similarities here. Then you can make it negative inconclusive because there's nothing that matches.
Kuya ngokuthi ke utholeni ke ngoba ke mhlawumbe usungathola ke ama class characteristics noma usungathola wona ke ama grades lawo kodwa ke noma uma ubheka ke usho ukuthi cha yebo kukhona ke engikubonayo kodwa ngenxa yalokho ke engikubonayo ke akwanele ke ukuthi ngingasho ngesiqiniseko ukuthi isona ke lesi sibhamu noma cha akusona ke lesi sibhamu lesi.
Let me give you 3 examples, all of them inconclusive. When there's some agreement of the individual characteristics and an agreement of all the class characteristics, is that an inconclusive finding?
When you have
Some agreement of individual characteristics
Yes.
and all class characteristics, agree.
then you can say it can be a positive inconclusive.
Okay.
Uma lana usukhuluma ngokuthi ke kunama class athile ke atholakalayo ke ungasho ukuthi ke lokho ke yebo ke iloko kubiza ngokuthi ke positive noma ukuthi ke yebo akoneleke akusona konke kodwa ke ubusufaka yena ke upositive.
The second one, When we've got an agreement again of all the class characteristics, but there's a disagreement of individual characteristics because you could not reproduce what you want to see, the striations, consistently. So because of lack of repeatability or reproducibility, you say it's inconclusive. Are we on the same time?
When you say you can see the class
The
characteristics,
class characteristics, but because on the exhibit bullet or exhibit casing, you cannot produce the same marks that you want to see on the exhibit bullet. They cannot be reproduced.
you can make it inconclusive also. There.
Okay.
Nalana-ke uma ukuthi-ke no kunama-characteristics noma kunokuthizeke okubonayo-ke kodwa lokho-ke akwanele-ke nako ungasho-ke ukuthi cha lana isiqiniseko asikho.
All right. Now let us talk a bit about this case, 636 of 10, 2014, the one that you started working on the 27th of October, 2014. Your testimony is that you were called by Captain Bentley for assistance at 13511 Kutlano section, Mzamo section, for arrest, where a prominent goalkeeper by the name of Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa was shot. Correct?
That's correct, man.
Yebo kubufakazi bami-ke ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi ngazo i-27 October 2014 ila ngathola khona-ke ucingo lubuya-ke nako Captain Bentley ukuthi-ke ngizolekelela-ke e-13511 Kutlano Street eMzamo section.
And
ekwabulawa khona-ke nozinti owaziwayo.
And your further testimony is that you attended the scene with warrant officer Ntini and Lieutenant Colonel Makati. Is that correct?
I think Makati was also a warrant officer or captain.
Oh,
Can't
okay.
recall.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngangihamba naye uNtini kanye naye-ke uMakhati.
And these officers were from the same office as you, from the Silverton offices? Of
That's
FSA?
correct, my lord.
Okay.
Nabo-ke babebuya-ke kuhhovisi engisebenza kulona eSilverton.
And Mr. Ngomezulu has asked you this, but I'm going to ask you again. What were their specific roles, Makati and Ntini, those officers at the scene, in assisting you?
My lord, they were there to assist me with anything that if I need assistance, maybe to take measurements, or if I need anything, I would ask them to assist me. So when I was busy analyzing the scene.
Ukuba khona kwabo-ke lapho kwakuwukuthi-ke bazongilekelela noma bangisizeke uma kuwukuthi-ke ikhona-ke into engidinga ukuthi bangisize ngayo.
And regarding their assistance, do you know if both of them made statements or made entries in their, if they were warrant officers, they will obviously have diaries. Do you know if they made any entries regarding their involvement at the scene?
Any entries in their diaries?
In their diaries or written statements, whatever notation, recordal that they made.
My lord, if I take my colleagues with me to assist me in the crime scene, I'm the one who's doing the reconstruction or the examination. I'm the one who's going to submit the statement. They don't submit the statement
Alright.
because they're only there to assist me.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke ngihamba nozakwethu la engiyosebenza khona-ke imina-ke ozofike asebenzeke khona lapho imina ozothi afake istatement akusibona.
And you arrive at the scene, you find Captain Bentley together with a myriad of other police officers. Did you there and then speak to Captain Bentley, or you just announced your arrival to him and then you waited to the side?
My lord, as I said, they were busy processing the crime scene when I arrived. I only informed him that I'm here, I've already arrived, but they can finish first with their processing and then I'll.
Uma ngifika-ke ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke kwaba ukusho nje ukuthi sengikhona-ke bona-ke sebengaqeda-ke ngaloko abakwenzayo.
And normally I know that with LCRC that when they come and they are the second responders, the first responders were uniformed officers. One of the uniformed officers will take the LCRC officer through a walkthrough of the scene before processing. Did anyone take you through the walkthrough of the scene? Either Captain Bentley or here Bentley refers to Masumbuka, who took you through the scene.
My lord, I can't recall who took me through the scene because as I said, before I entered this, when I was on the door, they've told me that they have 2 shots fired, but they cannot locate the other bullet hole or bullet damage. Then where I was standing, I could see that mark on the tile. I pointed at them as, there's another bullet mark that we are looking for.
Angikhumbule ukuthi ukhona ke noma kwakubanike umuntu ke owahamba nami ke engitshengisaka ke indawo yesigameko kodwa ngishilo ukuthi inkathi ke ngime khona ke esicabheni lapha bangitshela ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili kodwa ke ababoni ukuthi yesibili yashaya kuphi ngase kundawo engangime kuyona ke ngase ngiyabatshengisa ukuthi enye inhlamvu yashaya khona lapha.
And at any stage or at some stage before you conducted your trajectory examination, your crime scene reconstruction, did Captain Bentley brief you now about what had transpired there?
What I knew was that there was a shooting and then the deceased was shot inside the house. The shooting occurred in the house and those are the only marks that we found.
Engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke kwadutshulwa noma kwadutshulwa khona lapha yana ukuthi ke umufike wadutshulwa noma washonela khona ke endlini futhi ke nama marks ekhona lapha yana.
But who told you that? Was it Captain Bentley?
My lord, I cannot recall whether it was him or somebody who was with him because he was there as to oversee this crime scene management team that was on the scene.
Angisakhumbuli noma kwakuyena ke uBentley noma kwakuwomunye ke owayenayo ngoba wayelapha yena ke ukuthi ke abheke ke kulapho ababe lapho ke laba bizwa ukuthi ke crime scene management.
Okay. And if Captain Bentley would be called to this court and say he personally briefed you, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
I wouldn't dispute that. Okay.
Uma engeza ke la inkantolo noma engabizwa ke lana asho athi kwaba uyena ke umuntu owangichazela ke angeke ngikuphikise lokho.
My lord, I request clarity. When they say briefed, you brief about what?
About the scene, what had transpired and what you are required to assist them with.
He couldn't even see whether there was a second bullet, Bentley. He had to tell him that there's a second bullet there on the floor. I'm just mentioning it, that Bentley is a lay person as far as ballistics are concerned. From what he says, he's on the scene. He says he knows that he's told that there were 2 bullets fired, but he can't find the second bullet where it was fired. And here comes there, stands, and says, oh, this is where the second bullet was fired at. Am I correctly interpreting?
That's correct, my lord.
Yiko longo engishilo vele ukuthi ngafika ke lapha wangitshela uBentley ukuthi akazi ukuthi inhlamvu yesibili kuphi noma ishaye kuphi yaba yimina ke umuntu omtshengisayo ukuthi ishaye kuphi yashaya kuphi yesibili.
Okay. And you were informed, because the court now talks about, you were told they can't find the second bullet. So we are talking about sequence of bullets. Were you told that another bullet was already found?
Not the bullet, the impact, the bullet damage on the floor.
You saw the bullet damage.
Fragment was found and the other bullet was found, but they could only find the 1 bullet damage on the door.
Okay.
But that one on the tile, they couldn't find it, they were not aware that it's a bullet mark.
Ayisukona ukuthi ke inhlamvu ababengayitholile bayithola ke kanye naleyo futhi ke eyayi limeleke kodwa bathola nje ukuthi ulimele isicapha ukuthi okwesibili ke yiphi indawo yesibili elimele ikona ke lokho bengakuboni engabakhombisa kona.
And after the processing of the scene by Musia, Sergeant Musia and Warrant Officer Muthatlo, were you shown the exhibits, especially, let me be frank and brutal, the forensic, the ballistic evidence that they collected on the scene? Did they
Yes,
show
I
you?
saw it on the scene.
Okay.
Yebo ke emuva kokuthi ke umsiya ke kanye naye umhlahlo ke besebenzile ke lapho yebo ubufakazi ke lobo babulapho ngabona khona lapho kundawo yesigameko.
And then upon their finishing, and when I say they are Muthatlo, Musia and others who were processing the scene, then you take over, you do your scene reconstruction, your trajectory reconstruction.
My lord, what I did there, only took measurements of, took photos of the position of that bullet mark and the bullet damage on the door, and I took the measurement. There was not much to do on the scene.
Kwakungekho okuningi ke engakwenza ke lapho kwakuwukuthi nje thatha isithombe ke salokulimala kwakusesicabheni naloko kwakuphansi ke nokuthi ngikaleke futhi akukho okuningi engakwafanele ngikwenze.
Did you personally find or observe any bullet or fired projectile, casing, whatever related to ballistics on the 27th of October at the scene?
My lord,
Did you find and remove?
my lord, the bullet fragment that was there and the bullet that was there were already collected by Warrant Officer Mhlatlo and Musia. They were already in the sealed bag. And those are the only exhibits which were at the scene. When you searched the scene, you couldn't find anything else.
Inhlamvu ke kanye nenye ke inhlamvu lena kwakuyona ke ngathi ke elimele ke babe sebeyitholile ke futhi ifakiwe ke kwisikhwama sezobufakazi ke akukho kunye ke okwatholwa noma obheka ke khona lapho.
Yeah, but the question that I'm asking is that you personally did not remove any ballistic evidence on the 27th that you took away from the scene?
No, no.
Mina ke abukho ke ubufakazi ophathelene nazo ke ibhamu noma ke inhlamvu engabuthatha ke mina khona lapha kwindawo yesigameko.
And then on the 28th of October 2014, you, together with Warrant Officer Mhlatlo, attend the post-mortem at the Jimiston Pathology Center. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi nge-28 October 2014 mina ke kanye naye ke owaye-warrant officer uMhlatlo sase siya ke emakhazeni eJimiston.
And the examinations that you conducted there, or your participation there, is captured in paragraph 9 to 11 of your exhibit X13 capital A or X13A, which is the first affidavit of 22 pages. But we are not going to go there because it's not pertinent for my cross-examination. I'm just putting to you that you conducted certain duties at the post-mortem as well.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Yebo kuyiqiniso khona okuthize ke ngakwenza ke lapha ngalelo langa lange-28 October 2014 khona emakhazeni eJimiston.
Now, just before I move on again, let's return back to the issue of Captain Bentley. Your testimony is that you were told that two shots were fired inside the kitchen. Were you also told about a third bullet that was shot by Captain Bentley?
A third bullet fired?
Yes.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Akukho ke engikwaziyo ke mayelana nalokho ngibuza ukuthi ke khona ke la ibhamu saqhuma khona ke ihlandla lesithathu.
My Lord, I've got the statement of Captain Alan Mark Bentley, commissioned on the 3rd of December 2014. The commissioner is, they've helped me out, B.G. Jones. It's A82 of Foslora 63610 2014. And then the CSI CR number is 143/2014. I'd like just to read this statement on record. You don't have. Lieutenant Colonel, do you have the statement of Captain Bentley?
No, I don't have that statement.
Okay, I'll ask Sergeant Mohola to assist us. We'll revert to this point once we find that statement, because I don't have a copy thereof here. I've only got my copy. Do you have it? Can I read it? My Lord, would it be proper for me? Let me get the court's direction. If I read the statement on record, then when we find, we'll refer the captain to it. Okay.
I mean, you're going to hand it up anyway.
Yes.
So you can read whatever you want to put to
Okay.
this witness, if you say.
Okay, thank you, my Lord. I'm indebted. The statement reads as follows. Alan Mark Bentley states under oath in English, I'm a captain in the South African Police Service stationed at the Gauteng CR and CSI team, Johannesburg Central, with telephone number that I'm not going to read on record. On 2014, 10/27 at 8, I was requested to attend to a murder scene at 13511 Kutalong Street, Vosloorus, I was informed that the deceased was a well-known soccer player, Senzo Meyiwa. On the above-mentioned date, at approximately 9:10, which is in the morning, the CSI team arrived at the scene and were received by the duty officer of Springs LCRC, Captain Masombuka. During a short briefing between Captain Masombuka, Constable Musia, and the Gauteng CSI team, it was confirmed that the shooting incident happened on the previous night, the 26th of October 2014 at 2000 hours. It was also established that Lieutenant Matebula and Constable Musia of Springs LCRC had started processing the scene and had collected certain exhibits. The allegations, as indicated by Captain Masombuka during the briefing, was that unknown men entered the premises and demanded money and cell phones. There was an altercation between the robbers and the deceased in the kitchen of the premises, and 3 shots were allegedly fired. It is alleged that 2 shots were fired inside the kitchen, and the other one as the suspects were fleeing. The deceased stumbled to the lounge area and fell. He was then rushed to hospital where he died. A decision was taken during the briefing to investigate the scene as if no investigation was done. During the first walkthrough of the scene, Captain Masombuka indicated the place on the kitchen floor where a bullet point was discovered and collected by Constable Musia. He further also indicated to me a bullet hole on the inside of the kitchen door. During the walkthrough, another bullet point was discovered on the countertop in the kitchen behind the containers in close proximity to the bullet hole in the door. I contacted Captain Mangena telephonically and informed him that we needed his assistance on the crime scene. Warrant Officer Titim Tlatlo from the Gauteng CSI was identified as the member responsible for processing of the scene. The CSI team then proceeded to process the scene, assisting Warrant Officer Motlatlo with the identification, collection, and documentation of potential evidence. On arrival of the ballistic team, Captain Mangena was briefed by myself. His team then proceeded to examine the scene. He also indicated to me that he would be attending the post-mortem of the deceased. I undertook to indicate place, date, and time to him. A decision was also made that Warrant Officer Motlatlo of the Gauteng CSI and Constable Musia of Springs LCRC would attend the post-mortem of the deceased on the 28th of October 2014 for the purpose of documentation, which included photography and collection of additional evidence. It is sworn and attested to, like I said, on the 3rd of December 2014, and the Commissioner of Oaths is B.G. Jones. Now, what I was putting to you, and you've also correctly said that your observation is that, and the physical evidence points you to 2 bullets inside the kitchen, and then you didn't see anything that indicates that there was a 3rd bullet fired in the vicinity of the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ngishilo ke ukuthi mina ke kubufakazi babukhona ke ngabona lapho ukuthi ke kwadutshulwa ke amahlandla amabili akukho ke okwakuyikomba kusho ukuthi ke sasikhona ke la khona ihlandla lesithathu.
Now, according to the statement that I've just read of Captain Bentley, a 3rd shot was allegedly fired, so we are not sure whether, according to this statement, whether it was inside the house or outside the house, because it says 1 shot was fired as the suspects were fleeing, right?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ngokwestatement lesi siyasho ke noma uyasho ke uBentley ukuthi ke siphindile saphuma futhi ke isibhamu ngenkathi ke laba abangena ke endlini sebebaleka ke asinasiqiniseko noma lokho kwenzeke endlini noma ke ngaphandle.
And these statements seem to agree with the evidence that was led by Ms. Zandile Khumalo in this court, who said when they were in the kitchen, as the altercation is going on, or the struggle is going on between the intruders and the people that were in the house, A first shot went off, hit the tile floor, and then one of the shrapnel or a piece of fragment hit her ankle. And she then ran to the bathroom where she went to hide herself. Whilst in the bathroom, she heard a second shot, which was louder as like the first one, and then later on, or immediately, I don't know the sequence, she then heard a third shot, which was a bit duller in sound. So she heard 3 shots, and Bentley also talks about 3 shots, but we don't know where the third shot was fired.
That's correct, my lord. That's what this statement is saying.
Okay, thank you.
Lana ke manje lokhu esikufundileke noma engikufundileke lana kuyahambisana ke nalokhu okushiwo uyena ke noma okwashiwo uyena uZandile Khumalo Nkathe ethula ubufakazi ke bakhe la enkantolo ukuthi ke saqhuma ke okoqala isibhamu ila esashaya phansi ke waseyashaya ke naye waseyabaleka ke eyakhona ke ebathroom saphinda ke futhi saqhuma ke okuihlandla lesibili la ethi khona ke saqhuma ke ngaphezulu kwalela loqala ke washo ke futhi ukuthi siqhumile futhi ke okwesithathu ke manje esithi ke sesingasabanga umsindo nangala njengala amahlandla amabili ke uthi yebo yiloko kushiwo isona ke lesi statement.
And my lord, this statement is clear on this paragraph, where it says, it is alleged that 2 shots were fired inside the kitchen, and the other one as the suspects were fleeing. So inside the house, it's clear, it says 2 shots were fired inside the house.
Futhi ke kucacileke lana ngokwendlela ke ekubhalwe ngayo kulesi statement ukuthi ke bayasho ke ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma amahlandla amabili ngaphakathi ekitchen esodwa ke ngalenkathi sebebaleka.
Yes. Now, earlier on, I asked you if you personally had removed any piece of exhibit and or projectile, cartridge casing, anything ballistically related, and you were adamant that you did not, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngikubuzileke ngaphambileni ukuthi wena ke kukhona yini owakususa noma owakuthatha ke okufakazi waphendula ke wathi cha yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
My lord, with leave of the court, I'd like to refer Lieutenant Mangena to another statement, which is A6 of Fosla Raskas 636 of 10/2014, which is the statement of AB Sifularo Montwedi. It was commissioned on the 24th of November 07 at 12, and the commissioning officer is Sibonelo Mkize, the Fosloras officer, detective sergeant. With leave of the court again, my lord, let me do the exercise so that we don't waste the court's time by reading the contents of the statement. It reads at paragraph 1, I, ABC Fularo Montwedi, state, I under oath in English. Paragraph 2, I am a warrant officer, service number that I'm not going to read, on record, stationed at Provincial Investigation Unit, cell number I'm not going to place on record. Paragraph 3, on the 24th of 10/27 at 9, I visited the scene of crime, home number 13511, Fosloras. My lord, the handwriting is the doctor's handwriting, so I'm going to struggle. 4, the incident of the shooting happened on the 24/10/26, but I visited the scene on the 24/10/27 at 9. When I arrived at the scene, was ballistic expert Captain Mangena of and a photographer, warrant officer Mutlatlo, who took some photos. Captain Mangena took exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame. No one tampered with the scene whilst I was on the scene. Photos and exhibits were taken in my presence.
Sorry. He says he took an exhibit.
Yeah, he says, let me read.
What is an exhibit?
He says, sorry, my lord.
And the door frame.
He says, let me read again, my lord. He says, Captain Mangena took exhibit of a spent cartridge that
door
was
frame.
on the door frame.
Yeah, okay.
And then he says, paragraph is the attestation. I know the contents, and like I said, it's properly commissioned as well. Do you know who this person is?
I don't know that.
Ingabe uyamazi yini lo muntu lona engifunda istatement sakhe sifularo ucha-ke angimazi lo muntu loyo ufunda-ke lapha indawo noma kule statement ke uyasho ukuthi-ke ucaptain captain-ke mangena ngaleso sikhathi wathatha-ke igobolondo elisebenzile noma-ke eselisetshenzisiwe khona lapho indawo yesigameko.
Yes, but you see, according to this evidence, I mean, sorry, it's not evidence. According to this statement, he says, you took a spent cartridge that was, Mangena took an exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame.
On which date, my lord?
The 27th of October. He says, I visited the scene on the 27th of November at 9 a.m.
November.
Sorry, the 27th of October, the following day, after the day when you were also.
When I
at
was there, the scene.
Yes.
My lord, as I have mentioned, we don't collect exhibits from the crime scene.
But you took it from the door frame.
I don't know any exhibit like that.
Bese ngishilo-ke kubufakazi bami-ke ukuthi
In other words, as I understand
Sibathathe
it, sorry, as I understand it, that bullet didn't pierce. When I looked at the photos, it appears as if when you were giving evidence in the reconstruction, that it went askance, pierced the door frame,
That's correct.
ricocheted because the energy was diminishing. It was tumbling.
And actually, it did the door, not the door frame.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah,
but
but-
apparently it was there, like a pitch on a tree.
Yes.
Just
Yes. That's according to this
Yeah.
statement. So, you said you don't agree with this.
I don't agree with it
And-
because,
and-
my lord, I've mentioned it. When I go to a crime scene, LCRC is the crime scene management there. It's their mandate to collect all the exhibits from the crime scene.
Okay.
I don't collect exhibits. Why will I collect that one and leave the other exhibits if I
bese-
collected those exhibits?
Uma kuwukuthi-ke lawo mazibiti lawo ngawathatha-ke kungani-ke ngizothatha nje lelo lodwa amanye ngiwashiye-ke ngishilo-ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi-ke uma-LCRC bekhona-ke lapho yibona-ke abantu ekuyibona abathatha amazibiti noma ubufakazi bahambe nabo mina-ke akusikona kwami ukuthi ngihambe nobufakazi.
Yeah, but what Montwedi says, he'll answer for himself that question. I'm not going to answer that. But he says this exhibit was taken in his presence, and he's a warrant officer at the Provincial Investigation Unit. Why would he make that allegation?
I don't know, and it's for the first time I hear that, my lord.
Angikwazi-ke ukuthi kungani ezokusho lokho futhi ngiyaqala-ke ukuzwa.
Now, the projectiles that were found on the scene, that is the disintegrated one, the damaged one, and the one that was not completely damaged. You say they were FMJ bullets, CMJ bullets, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke inhlamvu-ke kanye nalena enye futhi-ke kwaseyinhlamvu manje esingasapheleleke seyilimele kwakuwama-CMJ.
Now, for me, CMJ, FMJ is gobbledygook. It's Chinese to me. Explain the differences and the makings, the composition of each of those bullets. What is FMJ? How is it composed? How is its firing power? I'm not sure what those mean.
My lord, when you look at the FMJ, it's a full metal jacket. These bullets are normally what the police are using on their firearms. They are using full metal jacket manufactured by PMP. It's a lead covered by a strong copper, but it's open at the back. And if you look at the CMJ is a soft lead covered by a very thin layer of copper, and it's completely covered.
Uma sikhuluma ngayo-ke i-FMJ yona-ke yenziwa u-PMP futhi-ke la ngasemuva-ke ivulekile-ke futhi yilezi ezisetshenziswa wona amaphoyisa-ke amahlandla amaningi noma zisetshenziswa amaphoyisa bese kuthi-ke yona-ke i-CMJ yona-ke uma uyiqhathanisa nayo-ke i-FMJ ithambileke yona-ke futhi-ke yona-ke ivaliwe nanjengoba i-FMJ ivulekile la ngasemuva.
And basically the CMJ, it's a cheap bullet and it's very soft, it breaks easily compared to the FMJ. FMJ is a strong bullet.
Futhi ke yona ke iCMJ ibullet ke noma inhlamvu ke ongathi ke yona ke ishibhile noma ke iship kakhulu ke futhi ke ithambile yona ke uma uyikhathanisa nayo ke iFMJ.
And for the fragmented or the damaged one, I'm just asking it for my clarification in the back of my mind. How did you determine that that was also a CMJ?
I looked at the jacket of the copper jacket of it. It's a thin copper jacket of it, and it's more of a lead than.
Ukuthi ke ngithole ke nalena ke elimele inhlamvu ma isengasapheleleke ukuthi nayo iCMJ ngabheka ke lo bakubiza ngokuthi ufakazi ke i-copper jacket yakhona.
Okay, now let's talk to, and I'm going to refer you now to this, to your exhibits. Let me refer you to exhibit X13B. That will be your second affidavit. I believe, just in summary, because I don't want to belabor the points that are not necessary for my cross-examination, but for record purposes, I must place them on record as well in my cross-examination. That one, if I'm correct, do you have it, Colonel Mangena? Exhibit X13B, your second affidavit, I believe is the one that deals with the Beretta that was a non-match. Is that the one?
Yeah, I have it, but it's page missing on that one. Let me check. Yeah, I have it there with me.
Do you have it? I believe you said the firearm concerned was a 9mm parabellum Beretta model FS. Those are the charts. Are your documents marked as per in alliance with the markings here in court, Captain, or is that your file? Because if you are looking at your file and it's not marked, it's going to confuse you. It's the second affidavit. I think it was deposed. Yeah, that's good. Let me see 5. Sorry, my lord. I think he's missing a page. Sorry. Yeah, I've been assistant. Have we found
paragraph 3?
It's on paragraph 3.
Okay.
That's the one that refers to the. I don't want us to go verbatim with the contents. They are already on record. I just want to sum up and move on to another aspect. Is that the one that deals with the Beretta, the one that Mr. Mgomezulu was cross-examining you about, that it belonged to Mr. Twala? Is that the one?
No, it's not this one.
It's not this one. It's a 5-page affidavit, Colonel Mangena. And you are correct. It starts on paragraph 3, where you say, on the 13th of November, during the performance of my official duties, I received 2 sealed evidence bags, and you mentioned the bag numbers from the ballistic administration system, and then 3.1 is 1 9mm parabellum P Beretta model 92 FS.
date? 13th.
It says paragraph 3 thereof at page 3 of 5
13th November.
on the 13th of November. Yes,
Yes, I have this one.
yes, thank you. Now, you've testified that you were given this firearm to compare or for elimination purposes, correct?
That's correct. ma'am.
Ngishilo ukuthi lesibhamu lesi-ke esinami bithi angasinikwa-ke ukuthi ngisibhekeke uma kuwukuthi ngathola ukuthi-ke akukho okuhlanganisayo ngisikhipheke.
And then your findings was that that firearm did not fire our, and when I say our, I mean the exhibit bullet in this case, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi ngathola ukuthi lesi sibhamu akuyisona-ke esadubula-ke le nhlamvu eyatholakala-ke le ekukhulunywa ngayo kulona leli cala.
And when you make a finding of elimination, do you also have to have that peer reviewed by somebody else, one of your colleagues or from outside who's in ballistics, to confirm or differ with your findings? Was it peer reviewed, that finding?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi uma sengifikilela kuleso sinqumo-ke noma sengithola ukuthi akusona lesi ukhona-ke omunye engisebenza naye noma uza kwethu naye-ke ozobheka lokho engikutholile-ke abe eseyaqinisekisa noma uyaqinisekisa noma uyaphikisa-ke.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to belabor on that firearm because it was a non-match. Now, your further testimony is that you are then called by Colonel Gininda. For the purpose of this cross, I'll say Colonel Gininda because he was still a colonel back then, to do certain, first he calls you and says, can you perhaps determine by measuring the height of certain persons of suspect, of interest for me to determine whether or not they could possibly be the shooter in this Phosphorus 63610 of 2014 case, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kubufakazi bami-ke ukuthi yebo ngase ngishayela ucingo uyena-ke uKennel waye-uKennel-ke ngalesi sikhathi uGinyindi ukuthi-ke ngizobheka-ke noma ngikala abantu abathile ukubheka-ke ukuthi ngaba yibona yini abadubula.
Colonel, for me, what is intriguing is this. In other cases, and you've done thousands of cases, I'm not going to doubt your expertise. I'm not here to do that. You've done thousands of examinations, bullets, firearms, tools, whatever. Do you normally do this exercise of measuring people's heights and whatever, unless in exceptional circumstances where some person was on a stump? So it makes sense that because he's wearing prosthesis, you can measure him to determine where he was shooting. But in ordinary cases, like this case, do you normally go and measure people at police stations, their heights and whatever things you need to do?
My lord, it depends on the investigating officer. What does he want to assist with? If he wants to assist with the height, we'll do that. Yes. And if the allegations that he's having needs something like a proof whether the height of this person, can it be consistent? We have instances where maybe somebody sustained a gunshot wound, where you have to relate it with maybe a bullet hole or something. You have to get the measurements. We do that if the IO request us to do that.
Siyakwenza-ke lokho ukuthi-ke uqaleke ubheke umuntu-ke ukuthi ungakanani kubheke ukuthi uyena noma yibona yini abadubula kuya ngokuthi-ke lowo ophenya icala-ke yini ayifunayo-ke noma-ke mhlambi iy'nsolo anazo zithini-ke ukubheka lokho uma kuwukuthi-ke yilokho akucelayo yebo siyakwenza.
If I understood, one of your answers from the cross-examination of Mr. Mgomezulu yesterday was, when he was asking you about the ownership of this firearm, the Beretta that I've just said, I touch on and I leave. When he was asking you about the ownership, your answer was that you don't deal with ownerships and the like. You only deal with ballistic evidence, right?
That's correct, man.
Kuyiqiniso uma ngibuzwa uyena-ke uMr Mgomezulu izolo engibuza-ke ngomnikazi kwalesi sibhamu ngishilo ngathi-ke ukuthi umnikazi ubani lokho-ke angisebenzi ngakho kodwa mina-ke ubufakazi-ke ekufanele ngibuthole.
And similarly for me, my impression, and I'm saying my impression, was that you as a ballistic expert, you are insulated from the nitty-gritties of the case and the investigation so that you can remain partial in doing your examinations. In other words, you are insulated from the day-to-day other investigation of the case. All that you need to do is either ballistic evidence is brought and allocated to you at FSL, and then you do the examination. But the rest of you personally meeting with accused persons, trying to decipher whether or not they had shrapnel or fragment injuries or damages, defects from 2014. It's not something that you can do.
Well, we do that a lot. We have cases where a person has been shot and he sustained a gunshot wound, and they ask us, can we determine if that was a gunshot wound or was the height maybe, so that we can place the person on a crime scene. We do that on regular basis if the IO requests us to do that.
Kulokho-ke bekubuza kona-ke uMr Mngomezulu, nami-ke bengicabanga kanjalo ukuthi wena-ke uphenyo-ke olwenziwayo mayelana necala awubikhona-ke, kodwa nje usebenza ngobufakazi mayelana nezibhamu kanye nazo-ke nazo iy'nhlamvu, hhayi ukuthi-ke kufanele uyobheka ukuthi abasola noma abamangalelwa uma ubaqala bangakanani. Uthi lokho siyakwenza-ke amalanga namalanga, abakhona-ke amacala la khona-ke umuntu udutshuliwe, kufanele siyobheka-ke ukuthi ngempela isibhamu yini leso adutshulwa yisona lapho, ukuthi-ke siyakwenza lokho.
And the other aspect, and then I'm not going to belabor that as well, it was touched on to some length by Mr. Mngomezulu, is this one. You are a senior ballistic expert at FSL, and yet the IO sends you to say, go and fetch a particular suspect firearm from me at Cleveland. Whereas we've been told here in court by Mohani Mohola that whenever the captain wanted delegation, he'll delegate them. Why would Gininda send a senior officer of your caliber to a police station to go and pick up a firearm?
My Lord, Brigadier Gininda did not send me to go and collect the firearm.
Yes. What did you do?
I initiated on it because I saw what I was looking at, that I need the firearm to shoot the additional test. I called him, I said, can I get that firearm? He said, no, the firearm was booked back at the CPT. He said, no, I'll go look for it because I know what type of a firearm it is. I know where to look for it. The firearm, firstly, did not have the serial number. So if I go to the station to look for it, I know where to look for it, confirm that this is the right firearm. That's why I decided to go and fetch it.
Akusiyena uGininda umuntu owangithuma ukuthi angiye eCleveland ngiyolanda isibhamu leso. Yimina into eyaphuma kumina-ke ukuthi angihambe ngiye lapho, ngoba-ke ngangiyibheka noma ngingakuthola-ke lokho engangikubheka, ngase mina-ke ngimshayela ucingo-ke ukuthi uGininda ukuthi ngiyasifuna-ke leso sibhamu ukuthi ngisivivinye-ke noma ngisibheke-ke kufanele ngisisebenzise noma ngidubule ngaso. Wase ngitshela yena-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu sise-Cleveland. Yimina-ke umuntu owayihambela-ke, ngazi ukuthi isibhamu leso asinayo i-serial number, ngiyazi-ke ukuthi ngizosithola kuphi nendawo. Kwaba yimina, kwaba yinto ephuma kumina.
And my Lord, if the firearm was with the owner, I said it yesterday, if the firearm was with the owner or was with the company, I wouldn't even go and fetch it. I would tell him that I will request that firearm to shoot additional tests. So it was for him to go and fetch it if it was with the firearm, with the owner or the company. But because it's in police custody, I can sign for it out of the 13, shoot the test, and then take it back.
Ngikushilo-ke lokhu futhi nayizolo-ke ukuthi uma kuwukuthi isibhamu sasikubunikazi noma-ke kwinkampani, ngangizoxhumana naye-ke ngimtshele-ke ukuthi isibhamu leso ngiyasidinga-ke, ngifuna-ke ukuthi ngidubule ngaso, kodwa ngoba-ke isibhamu sasise-police station, ngayihambela ngayo police station, ngiyasayinela kwi-SAP 13, ngiyasitesta futhi ngiyaphinda ngiyasibuyisela-ke.
Now, like I said, I'm not going to belabor that point. I was just passing this point that you personally attend to a police station to pick up an exhibit, but let's not belabor that. Your further evidence is that now Captain Gininda also gave you a case number 96-2 of 2015, and with that you went onto your system and then you found that it had a lab number related to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke kunale case number amnika yona-ke 962 ka-2015, ngase mina uma ngiyibheka-ke ngathola ukuthi ine-lab number.
And the lab number that was attached to that case, if I'm correct, is LAB 34369 of 15. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Uma yebo ke leyo lap number ke kwaku 3436915.
And your further testimony is that the said lab number 34369 of 2015 was received by warrant officer Rulofse, who examined the exhibit firearm, exhibit 4 in this case, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Ubufakazi bami ke ukuthi ke leyo lap number leyo yathola ke noma kwakuyena warrant officer Rolse okwakuyena ke owavivinya ke noma ke leso stamp edubula ngaso.
And Rulofse conducted the examination, which are the test fires, right, which is 369 TC1 and 2 and 369 TB1 and 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Ubona ke 361 T6 1 and 2 no 3 TCR
369.
369 TB2 no TB1, yes.
And just for clarification, for those that are confused by the TB and TC, the TC stands for test cartridge 1 and test cartridge 2, right?
That's correct, my lord. When we shoot a test for comparison, or
Yes.
what we'll do is on your cartridge case, the cartridge cases, you mark them with the last 3 digits of the lap number.
Yes.
And then TC1 is test cartridge 1 or test cartridge 2. And on the bullet, it will be the last 3 digits of the lap number, and then it's TB1 or TB2.
Lana ke uTC lana ke ukhuluma khona ngegobolondo ama number elep awugcina ke amathathu bese sithi ke uTC1 ma sikhuluma ngayo ke inhlamvu uTB i-test bullet nama number ama ogcina ke amathathu ayo ke i-lap number.
And your testimony is that you then examined one firearm, which is the exhibit firearm, and the test bullets and cartridges by Rulofse, and compare them whether they imparted markings, right? You compared Rulofse's tests. By now you have received the firearm in this case. So you compared those to the exhibit firearm, Rulofse's examination.
I compared the test,
Fires of Rulofse,
yes,
to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
rule of test.
Yes.
Yes, I did that, my lord.
Engakwenza ke ukubheka ke lokho ama test ke enziwa uyena ke ulose ukubheka ke ukuthi ke adutshula noma aphuma yini kwisibhamu esisodwa.
And then if I understood you well, you said that upon examination, you determined that the class characteristics were discernible, but the individual or striations were not that discernible because of the nature of the bullets that were used in Rulofse's test fires. That is, Rulofse fired FMJs, correct?
That's correct.
Futhi ngashilo ke ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke uLose yena ke manje ke kwakukhona ke la ekuhluka khona ke ngoba ke uLose yena ke wayesebenzise le inhlamvu lezi ze-FMJ.
Then you yourself commenced with your own examination now of the test firearms. I mean, the test fire, the exhibit firearm, and then you conduct, firstly, a testing with FMJs so that you can see whether the replication and reproducibility of the marks on FMJs fired by Rulofse were there. Did you fire FMJ bullets yourself?
Yes,
as
I
part of
did
the
fire
test?
the FMJ bullet.
Okay.
Yebo nami ke ngasebenzisa wona nami ke ngatesta ke noma ngisebenzisa wona ke ama bullets la noma inhlamvu lezi ze-FMJ.
And if I understood your evidence further, is that because FMJs are a hardcore bullet, you decided to fire bullets similar to those that were fired at the scene, i.e. CMJs, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ngathi ngase ngithi ke ngoba ke ama FMJ wona ke ahlukile ke kona ama CMJ ngase ngithi ngisebenzise ke inhlamvu lezi ke ezifanayo nalezi ezasetshenziswa ke kwindawo yesigameko ama CMJ.
Now, how many FMJs did you fire, test fire yourself?
from to compare
During all
with
your
rule of-
testing?
My lord, I fired 8 rounds,
Yes.
eight tests.
Yes.
And of the 8 tests, I think 2 tests were the FMJ, and then the other 6 were the CMJs.
Ama-test engawenza-ke aba-8. Amabili kuwona-ke kwakungama-test e-FMJ, awu-6-ke awangawe-CMJ.
And now I'm talking about the rule of FMJs that you fired. And correct me if I'm wrong as well. The class characteristics on the FMJs are discernible. On the bullet, forget about casings because we're not talking about casings in this case. The discernible class characteristics are there, correct?
That's correct.
Lana uma sesikhuluma noma-ke ama-casings lana siwakhohlwa-ke, kodwa-ke nama lokho okufunayo-ke, lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-characteristics, kona kukhona.
And did you observe some of the also similar striations on the FMJs, the rule of ones?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi-ke ngabona-ke lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-striations afanayo-ke kule noma kula ama-test yakhe urolose.
Now, having seen the similar or discernible class characteristics and some individual characteristics, what were your findings?
My findings were that, my lord, I am convinced it's the same firearm that rule of tested.
Lokho-ke kwase kungiholele ekuthini-ke manje ngithole-ke ukuthi lesi isona-ke isibambi lesi esatestwa uyena urolose.
Now, let's come to your actual tests now. We've done rule of FMJs, the 2, your 2 FMJs. Let's come to the 6 CMJs. Right? Now, you label your test TC1 369, TC3 to 369, TC10, correct?
That's correct.
The numbers TC1.
In fact, let's use TC1 and TC3 to TC10 because if we continue to say 369 T1, it traps the language. So TC3 to TC10.
Okay. Wona-ke ama-test lawo engawasebenzisa-ke kusuka-ke na TC3 kuyofika-ke TC10.
And
Sorry, are they referred to like that
it's so sorry, my lord.
in your evidence, in your affidavit?
In my affidavit, my lord, is
369
369 TC3 to 369 TC10.
Okay. But is the court comfortable that we cut off the 369 because it trips the tongue, or should we, for record purposes, put the 369 as well?
No, fine, as long as he agrees that it's the same.
Okay. And then your bullets are marked 369 TB3 to TB10, correct?
That's correct.
Bese amawuka-ke u-TB 1 to 369 ukusuka-ke ku-1 kuyofika-ke ku-10.
And you said those CMJs that you find, the 6 ones, are of different manufacture or are marketed for different companies. You mentioned one of the companies as PNP. What were the other companies that you testified the CMJs for?
The CMJ is not PMP. It was NGA, and the others were from Cellular and Bellot.
Okay.
Cellular and Bellot and NGA.
Oh, okay.
NGA yila ngithi-ke ilaba benza-ke bona CMJ. U-CMJ angishongo ukuthi-ke bona benziwa u-PMP.
Also, let me clear it because I misunderstand this. So if I misspeak, you must correct me. So the PMPs are FMJs.
That's correct.
Okay.
FMJ wona-ke enziwa u-PMP.
Now, does this what you used, and we've spoken about it earlier on. You examine, compare, and come to a finding. And when you come to a finding, you'll say it's a match, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Lana-ke manje uma sewuqhathanisa-ke ekugcineni usuyathola-ke ukuthi yebo kuyahlangana.
Now, before we go further with to the charts and everything, there is in your industry what is referred to as a known match, and also what is referred to as a known non-match. A known match, known non-match. What are those for clarification?
When you speak of known match, my lord, we are speaking of an ID that you can see where you know that you should the test, you compare your own test, and with the test that you compare, you can get an ID, you know that these firearms, these exhibits were fired in the same firearm. And it's a known match because we are the one who fired the test. And in a,
sorry. Uma ke sesikhuluma ngayo ke i-known match loma ke eyaziwayo ukuthi yila uqhathanisa khona ke kule test eyenziwe ke nawe futhi oyenzayo ke ubone ukuthi cha lana isibhamu esisodwa esisetshenzisiwe ke lana uyakwazi lokho ngoba uwena umuntu okwenzile lokho.
My lord, I think we should pack or finish up the known non-match, then we can pack it.
in the known non-matches where you compare bullets that you know that they were fired in two different firearms, or it can be firearms which were manufactured one after the other. There are similarities, but you know from those that, because you know the tests were fired by you, or you know who fired the test, and you know that they were fired in two different firearms. It's a known non-match.
Kokunye noma lokho kwesibili ke ila wazi khona ke ukuthi manje sikhuluma ngezibhamu ezimbili ezahlukile noma ke akusona isibhamu esisodwa esadlula lana kodwa izibhamu ezimbili ezihlukile.
So in a known non-match, we know that those firearms, for example, the example that you're giving, they are not supposed to match. The bullets are not supposed to match fired from two different firearms.
Well, there can be similarities, but there will always be differences. You can see the similarities because they were manufactured probably one after the other. They're produced by the same tool. So the markings from that same tool will be, somewhere will be the same. But in the process of manufacturing that, because of wear and tear of the tools that they're using, will create another marks which will be unique to a specific one, but not to the same one.
Lana ke esikhuluma ngabo ukuthi ke asithi ibhamu ezenziwe ke kodwa ke ngokulandelelana ke kodwa uma se uthola ke noma ke ukuthi ngemiphumela ke ubone ukuthi kukhona ke okuhlukile lana ngokwalesi isibhamu kunesinye.
My lord, I see it's 103. Is that an
103.
Yes, my
What
lord.
time do you come back?
At 2 o'clock, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Ramsipid, I heard you say you don't know what FMC meant.
FMJ, full metal jacket. I don't know.
I don't know if you're saying it
I don't know
serious.
the composition of those or the makings. my
Now I was
lord.
going to ask you a trivial question.
Yes.
You have never heard of the movie Full
Metal
Metal
Full
Jacket
metal jacket. Yes, I have.
by
Seen.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes, I've seen.
Oh, I see. You know
Thank you, my
something.
lord. Sure.
you look at on my left hand side, it's
Yes.
the exhibit bullet, which is marked 217-267/14A2.
Lana ke yona ke mhlawumbe lena ngithi ke yona ke exhibit noma ke yona le eyatholakala emakiwe ke lapha ku 217-267-1482.
And the test bullet is this one.
Yes.
Test bullet is marked 369-TB5.
Yona ke lena engathesta ngayo ke inhlamvu 369-TB5.
Okay.
Now, when you do microscopic comparison, when you look at them, what you're doing is you are not just set them and look at them, you move them also. You must move if you see if your markings, your striations continue to the side, not only on one spot.
Futhi ke uma ukwenza ke lokho ukuthi ke uyibheke ke awubambi indawoni eyodwa ke kodwa ke uyahamba hambisa ubheka ke ukuthi lama mass lana awekho endaweni eyodwa.
In terms of sequence, let's do it this way because I want to be precise and understanding. First, and I'm not sure if it's the same procedure that you used. You've got the test, right? And then you take it to the ocular comparison microscope and you see firstly at the best marks that you can use for comparison. Am I making sense?
My lord, when you start searching, you cannot just start with the best mark. You start looking at the
Yes,
marks
around,
that are
yes,
visible, that you
yes.
can see.
Yes.
Sorry, let me suggest something. Tell the witnesses and myself and everybody in court, how did you go about testing using the microscope, moving it above, testing the exhibit bullets and the ones, CMJs and, okay.
Thank you, my lord. I
So
mean, that
explain that way. Then he can cross-examine you, tell you that you were wrong to do this, or it never happens, blah, blah.
My lord, what I did is I took the exhibit bullet and put it on the microscope on my left-hand side.
Right.
And then I took the test bullet and put it on the microscope on my right-hand side. When you look through the eyepiece, you can see both items at the same time.
Ongakwenza ukuthi ke ngathatha le inhlamvu le ekulefike ngayibeka ke kuyona microscope le engibheka ngayo kuyisandla sami sokunxele ngathatha leya test ngayibeka ke ngaku right uma ke ubheka kuyona ke leyo microscope leyo uzibona zombili ngesikhathi esisodwa.
Right? You can start with your exhibit bullet. Try and look at the marks that is visible, that you can see clearly, that you can identify on your exhibit bullet.
Okwenzayo ke uqala ngalo izilithi leli ke inhlamvu lena ubheke ke ama marks abonakalayo kuyona.
And once you have a mark that you see on the striations that you can see clearly on your exhibit bullet, you go to your right-hand side on your test bullet. You start checking on all the grooves one by one. We can see the identical marks on your exhibit bullet, on your test bullet.
Usibonile ke manje ke leyo mark noma lawo ama marks ke lana usuya ke kusandla sakho sakwesokudla ke ubheke ke kona ke ama grooves ukuthi ke ngaba uyabona yini lawo ama marks lawo usuwabonile ke kusandla kwesasokunxele.
Right. Once you have seen the identical marks on both items, on your exhibit and on your bullet, you start counting how many are they or how clear are they, or you look at the quality of your markings or that you can see, or even the quantity of how many are they. Then when you start moving your exhibit, you move both of them simultaneously to the next groove. You check the next groove.
Okwenzekayo ke usuwabonike lawo ama marks uyawabheka ke ukuthi ke kanjani ke mangaki ke futhi ke ila uqala khona ke manje ukuthi ke usuyahambisa ke wahambisa omabili ke ngesikhathi esodwa.
And on the next group, you look at the markings. If there are any markings that can, if you can't see clearly the marks or there's no, you turn now to the next group. So moving to your groups, you must move on both items at the same time. You cannot move one and then leave the other one because your marks must be relatively on the same position. So if it's on group number 1, it must be on group number 1. If it's on group number 3 on this one, it must be on group number 3 on this one.
Ingakho ke kufanele uma ke usujikelezisa ke ukwenze kokubili ke ngesikhathi esodwa ukwazi ukuthi uhambise yodwa enye uyimiseke ngoma uma ukuthi leyo mark leyo iku group number 1 nangala kufanele be ku group 1 ba ku group 3 nangala ulindele ukuthi be ku group 3 ingakho kufanele uyihambise ngesikhathi esodwa.
And when looking at that, you can see a pattern that matches on both sides. Not necessarily the striation, but you can see even a pattern, that this pattern also appears on this. You match that pattern, it must be also be in relative the same position.
futhi ke la ubona khona ke naloko bakubiza ngokuthi ke indlela ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ipattern ke futhi nokuhamba kwayo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kube sendaweni noma ke position eyodwa.
You don't have to find 6 on all the grooves, or in some of the grooves you can find 2 or 3 that matches to 2 or 3, as long as they are on the same relative position when you rotate all of them.
Ayikho ke into ethi kufanele ke kuzo zombili ke uthole ke u6 ke kwenye ke usungathola u2 kodwa nje ukuthi uma uyijikelezisa uyathola ukuthi lokho kusendaweni eyodwa.
Okay. Now, let's move to the 6 striae that you said you found on TB9.
On TB
This one.
5.
That is this. Is this TB5, the one that is displayed? Is it TB5?
My lord, as I said, when you look at them, you don't just look at one point.
Yes.
You also move them to the side.
Yes.
Now, there are, in some instances, you can see your marks clearly towards the edge of the bullet. But when you look into this one, the same marks that you see on this, because it's a striation, it continues to, you can see clearly towards the front of the bullet, not towards the back of the bullet.
Ingakho ke bengithe uma ukuhambisa lokho ukuhambisa ngesikhathi esisodwa ke ngoba uma ukuthi ke uyawabona lapha ezansi kweni nalena uma usuyihambisa nayo ke uyayibona ke uma isiya ke ngaphambili ke hayi ngemuva kuyona inhlamvu.
Colonel, I'm not sure whether you still have exhibit 4 on you, which is the exhibit bullet, and show us this part on the left relative to the bullet, whether it's at the base, in the middle, or at the front. I'm not sure if you've got it.
Which one?
The exhibit bullet, the actual projectile that was fired. If you can use that to demonstrate your explanation.
I'll rather use this.
Oh, the big one, yes. Yeah, show us with the model big one, yes.
Now, when your bullet went through the barrel of a firearm, when you speak of the grooves, we are speaking of this, and the striations are these lines inside your grooves.
Yilokho ke sikhuluma ngakho kuma sikhuluma ngama striations ilama line la angaphakathi kuyona igroove yakho.
Now, when you do your comparison microscope, your exhibit will be on your left, your test will be on your right.
Yes.
When you look through the microscope, you can see them as if they are joined together.
Uma ubheka ke lokho ubheka ke onye eku left enye ku right manje ke uyahlanganisa zombili uma uzibuka.
Right, let's say these are the best marks or the clear marks that you can see on your exhibit bullet. Now you start rotating the test bullet to see if you can see any matching striations on this one that can continue with this one.
Asithi ke manje ke lana ke engiwabhekileke iwona ke ama marks wakho ekuwona wona ke manje usuzosebenzisa lena ke kuhlangothi la ngakwesokudla ke ubheke ukuthi akhona yini owatholayo ke afanayo nala.
Now if you haven't matched, like it's a continuation from that side to this side, you start moving them together to the next groove. Is the next groove matching? Now in this instance, what you see, the idea that is there, it's towards the back of the, somewhere here.
Lokho kubonayo la yilo kwathi kungasemuva ke lana kuyona ke lokho kubonakalayo la.
Okay.
Now if you look at your bullets towards the front,
Uma uyibheka inhlamvu yakho ke phambili
I just want to point out something.
Yeah,
that
fine.
is- Now when you look at your striation line,
Use that,
The laser.
the laser.
it's not clear.
It's not clear, okay, fine,
It's
fine.
not clear.
All right, fine, okay.
Now, when you look at the first one, you see this, I think one continues to that.
Yeah, the first line.
uma ubheka ke lo line lo uyaqhubeka ke ukuya ngale.
Now, when you look at this one, there's 2 others here, but they're not visible here, they're not very clear, but they continue there towards the front.
Ubheka lana kasenzansi ke uma ubheka ngalena ke awacacile kodwa uma ubheka ngalena ke aya ngokubonakala.
You have this one that continues straight.
Unaleya eya straight ngale.
It's this side and it's that side. You have here, yeah, this side is not that clear, but on that other side it's clear.
Lana ngala ayikhathele kodwa ngale iyabonakala.
And my lord, it all goes with experience and training that we have received.
Lokhu ke konke kuhamba ke ngesipiliyoni ke kanye futhi ke noqeqeshwa okutholayo.
And we've said that those striations that match must be in the same relative area, correct?
In the same relative area, yes, they are in the same relative area.
position.
Ngishilo ukuthi la lokho kuhlanganayo noma lokho ngathi kufanele ukuthi kube sendaweni ngathi indawo eyodwa.
Because what I did not get, I'm not sure which line, is it possible to numerically identify the lines that you've seen, the striations? Should I, my lord, I beg you to take a look with me closer here. I want to see something. Do you want to have a look? My lord, we beg you just to be closer here. Yeah, wait for Mr. Peterson to get his. I was wondering if we can also go patch ourselves somewhere so that we can also
Yes, yes,
follow
yes. No problem.
the explanation.
No problem.
Thank you, my lord. Here's a bar, I think.
Hey, I want to hear everything which is said in this court. No whispering.
No, he was saying that.
Yeah, yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay, my lord.
I want
sorry
to hear
about
that because that's evidence.
Sorry, my lord, about that. Yeah, Colonel, you can then approach the monitor and point at the lines for us.
When you look at the first one, please.
The first try,
The first two that runs like a rail train.
First two.
Train, train rail.
train, yeah?
These two here. Come back, they are not clear, but we continue looking towards it. There they are.
On the right, they are clear. On the left, sorry. On
they
the,
are clear.
and when they move towards the right,
Towards the dividing line.
that's it.
They are not
They become fainter.
they become faint.
Right.
And they are clear again here towards the front of the bullet.
Uma uqala ke lama lana khuluma ngawufuna ke lana yabonakala. Kodwa ke lana awabonakali kodwa ukuqhubekayo uya ngaphambili kwemkhambo aphinde ayavela futhi.
Right.
We have a third one, this third one that continues towards the side.
Kube nalena ke futhi eqhubekayo yona ke iyophumela ngale.
Is that on the top of the left? Is that the third one is on top?
This one.
Yeah, is it the top? It's not the top.
No, it's on the same groove.
Okay, fine, all right.
It continues, but when it gets towards the, yeah, it's not that clear, but when you continue to it, it's also clear again.
Okay.
Okay.
On the right side, it's half clear.
Yes, just after the dividing line, it's half clear.
And then
clear.
it becomes fainter.
Yeah, it becomes faint and then it
It's
becomes
fainter
clear again.
when you start, it starts on the medium line. When
After
it
passing this dividing line,
becomes faint,
it becomes a little bit faint.
that's it.
And then it picks up again.
And then it picks up, yeah.
Uma unje wethathe kulo line ke lokho sibanisayo ke ila engacace khona kodwa ukuqhubeka ke ila iphinde ibonakala khona.
And we come to this one, man. It's also visible this side, straight.
Bese siza kulona lo line manje uyabonakala ngapha noqhubeka ke uya ngale.
It's visible all around.
That's correct.
Ndawo yo.
And when you look up here, it's this one. It starts here. It continues to that side.
Musuqhubeka ke uya phezulu kuyo yana ke iyaqala ngala alabule iyaqhubeka iya ngale.
Yes, I'm with you.
And here, it starts here. This side is not clear, but it starts here. When you go towards the front, it continues to towards the front again.
Lo akhumba yayo ke ila ukuthi ngala awucaceleke kodwa uma uya ngale na ke kula uyaqhubeka ke.
Okay.
And all these are on one groove, man.
Konke lokho ke kulokhu eyodwa.
What do you call those so that we all understand? Striations.
Uma kubizwa lo kuthiwa ama-striations.
Right. Okay.
Now, Colonel, sorry,
At
sorry.
the end of the experiment.
Thank you, my lord. Now, Colonel, with respect to this TB5 and the test bullet as well, the striae that you've just counted and referred to, are they matching consecutively according to you?
That's correct. Mina-ke ngokwami-ke lokhu-ke kuyahlangana-ke ngokuhambisana noma yeah kuyahlangana.
Okay. So this one, we are saying that you found 6 matching consecutive striae.
That's correct. Mina-ke ngathola eziwu-6 makanasaya awu-6-ke ahlangana.
And then are those the 6 ones that you pointed out? How many did you point during this exercise here?
In 7, la ngokwenqeda ukukhomba-ke lana ku-7.
Okay. Then let's go to the one that you referred to that I'm not sure which one is going to be, because in your evidence in chief previously you said on the other one you found 5. So I don't know which other one you found 5. Can we, from the exhibits, show us which one you found 5?
It's on E4.
E4 ila enshilo-ke khona-ke ufakazama ukuthi ngathola-ke 5.
Show it. Let's see it.
Is this what we are referring to?
That's correct. Khona lokho engikhuluma ngakho.
Again, Colonel, I'm going to ask you to repeat the same exercise by approaching the monitor and showing us precisely those 5 matching striations.
Now we'll start with this one. It's there and it continues to that side.
Sizoqala-ke ngale ikhombeke le senzansi iqala ngalabo le iyaqhubeka-ke ngale.
We have this one that continues from this side. Also, the 2 that runs like a rail train.
Bese siba nalezi ezimbili-ke nazo-ke siqala ngakho hlangothi-ke lase-left iyaqhubeka nje ngale.
We have this one, which is the 4th one.
Sibeke nalena-ke ekhombayo ukuthi eyesine yona.
And we have the 6th one, which is on, the 5th one, which is on top.
Bese siba nalena-ke yehlanu ephezulu yona.
And are you confirming that those 5 are consecutively matching striae as well?
That's correct. Nazo-ke lezo-ke nazo-ke ziyahlangana zihambisana.
Then finally, regarding this chart, Colonel, can we go to the one that you said you found 2 matching striae?
When you use the word conservatively, what do you intend? I know what you want to say, but is that the correct word?
Consecutive, that's the criteria, my
No,
lord.
consecutively.
Consecutive.
Oh, fine. Yeah, it's the
matching.
Z which confuses me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't come up with me, my lord. It's the term that they use in the statement. I'm not using it.
If you look at E2 and E3, it's the same one. It's just that the
E2?
magnification is not the same.
Sorry. E
E2
and
and E3.
Lana-ke sikhuluma ngayo E2 kanye no E3.
What? The same?
It's the same groove, but
Yeah.
the magnification are not the same. I didn't use the same magnification. Well, I'm trying to enlarge it so that it can be clear.
Okay, but they are in the same group.
It's the
as
same
you say.
groove. It's on the same groove.
Fine.
Lana-ke sikhuluma ngegroove eyodwa-ke kodwa la bengizama ukuthi ngenze enkulu khona-ke icace kubonakaleke akufani kona.
You don't have a a microscope with you here? You don't have?
No, my lord.
No, I was just thinking. Or a magnifying glass, you don't have?
No, I don't have a
So
magnifying
that a
glass.
doubting Thomas like me can take it and go and look at it and see what you are saying when you say it's there in the same group, but you didn't magnify it because you wanted it to be clearer. Am I quoting you correctly, sir?
That's but I took it. The magnification is not I didn't
Important.
use the same lenses. In one you can see, then the other one I try to enlarge it so that it can be a bit clearer.
So one is enlarged.
The magnification.
Right,
When you
yeah.
use a smaller magnification,
That's it.
You can see it, but you can't see it. When you increase your magnification,
Yeah, it becomes diffused.
like you bring it closer so you can see them better.
Ukuthi yenzeke igqameke ibenkuluke mangisebenzisa ke amaglasi ahlukeneke enyeke kwenye noma le encane yona ke ayibonakala ngokuqaqeleke kodwa enyeke mangabe bangathi yasondela ke ibankulu.
But they are also predicated on the same principle that they have to be on the same level.
That's correct, Maro. They are
Yeah,
on the same level.
On
and
the same level, so that we
relative-
mustn't think some of
on the
us
same
that
relative
they are,
position.
they are haphazard. They are on the same level, as you said, that's the principle.
That's
And then-
correct, my lord.
And then you move them together in the sense of the scope, the microscope, when you
Microscope.
move them also.
That's correct, Maro.
Fine.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi zibe ku level eyodwa ke uma sowuhambisa ke ngayo ke microscope ukubheka ke ukuthi sendaweni eyodwa.
So with respect to what you say, they are the same group, one to different magnification, E2 and E3. Which one between them is the larger magnification?
E3, you can see, but you can't see it exactly clearer as E2.
Ku E3 uyayibona kodwa ayiboni ke ngokugqamileke njengoba uyibona ku E2.
Which one is this now? The one that is displayed, Colonel, if you can look at the monitor, is this
That's
the,
E3.
that's the magnified
E3
one?
lona.
Is this the magnified one? I mean the.
That's the E3, yes.
Okay, and then if you then approach the monitor again and say, if you can see the two striae that you said you saw consecutively there.
You can see these two, man.
Lezi ezimbili uyayibona.
What are those?
Those are the striae created by the groove of the firearm.
Ilawo ke amastraya ayiziwe yiyona ke igroove yaso ispan.
Let me return then to my. Okay, all right, and let's go back, Colonel, in respect of the first where you identified 6, 5, and 2 retrospectively. Respectively. Where are the individual characteristics as opposed to class characteristics here? What
Those are
we-
the individual
were we looking
characteristics.
for
The
individual
ones that I was
characteristics?
pointing out to you, individual characteristics.
And lokho engicela ukukhomba ke noma lokho bengikhombile la ngaphambi ibona ke lama characteristics awodwa ke engikhuluma ngawo ukuthi iwona abhekwayo.
And even E2 and E3, the ones that you say are similar, are also individual characteristics.
That's correct, man.
Kanye naye ke E2 no E3.
And then let's go to E4 and E5, because I want to know how many identifications have you made. E4 and E5, are they one and the same thing or different things?
E4 and E5 is the same markings with different magnification.
U-E4 no E5 ama markings ke afanayo ke kodwa ke uma uwabheka uwenza amakhulu ke ahlukile.
Thank you, my lord. Let me return to my station. My Lord, I'm going to request that we take, having had the exercise done, to take instructions from our experts so that I can continue with my
You want me
cross-examination.
to read? What's your time there, sir?
3, my lord.
22-3.
You want me to adjourn, or what do you want me
Yes,
to do?
yes, my lord.
For how long? Forever or when? 2 weeks?
Until 3, my lord, is 22.
Until 22. What's the time now?
Until 3, it's 22-3, my lord.
Until 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Is that okay?
That's okay, madam.
Thank you, my lord.
Until 3.
Because you see now.
both sides.
Uthi ke yena ke lokhu wena ke uhlazile lana ukuthi ke kuyahlangana ayisibona ke ngoba ke kukhona ke la ngamuka khona futhi cha iCMS asibona ke lokho ekushoyo ukuthi ke ukuthi leyo ke ingakhona ke futhi ke nako kokuhlangana ke kufanele futhi kube kuyahambisana.
Okay. And when he tested, he observed brakes that are either available on the exhibit bullet on the left and not brakes on the right. Therefore, it cannot be a match because in that sense, when there's a break, you restart your counting again to come to a finding of a match.
No, that's not how it works, my lord.
Ayisona ke indlela esebenza ngayo le ayishoyo ke ukuthi ke uma ngabe usuqhathanisa uthola ukuthi kunokungamuka okukhona ke kufanele uqale kabushe ukubala ukuthi cha ayisebenzi kanjalo.
And that when he
Sorry, but you must tell the court how it works. It's not enough to tell the witness or Mr. Ramosipidi that that is not how it works. The court must understand how it works,
My lord.
according to you, because he is saying it's supposed to be the way he says it should be, and you say, no, that is not how it works. Yes. So
That's
you can
correct, my
explain.
lord. That's not how it, there will always be a break. If you have the striations, you can't have all the striations being more or less joined, because if you're saying there must not be a break, it means there mustn't be anything that divides it. So if it's a striation line, there's a break in between, there's another one, there's a break, there's another one. So there's always be a break, but your breaks must be equal on both items.
Kuzoba khona ke ngaso sonke isikhathi ke ukungamuka futhi ke uma ngabe uthi ke angabi khona ke noma ke lawo breaks angabi khona ke kusho ukuthi akukho ke okwenzekile ke khona lapho kodwa lawo breaks lawo kufanele ke alingane.
So what we are referring to, Colonel, I think, and you must clarify that, it's what we call a break in similarities. Are you with me?
Break in similarities.
Yes, when you can say, for example, you've counted 1, 2, and then the break is on the left-hand side, there is a mark, but on the right-hand side, it's not there. So the 2 that you've counted, a break on the left, a mark on the left, and this side, it does not appear on the right. Are you understanding me?
My lord, when you do your comparison,
Yes.
not all the markings which are inside the barrel will be clear on your exhibit or on your test. Some of times we find that you have your marks here, they are very clear. Here, there's a break because your bullet, when it gets into the barrel, when it starts moving, there are sometimes you find that the middle part of it does not come into contact with
Understand you.
does not come into contact with the barrel of the firearm. So there won't be marks, but there can be marks towards the front and towards the back.
Sorry.
Ungathola ke ukuthi ama marks angakhona ke phambili abe khona ke ngasemuva kodwa maphakathi nendawo angabi khona ke ngoba ke kuyenzeka ukuthi ke uma ishayisa la ngaphakathi kuyona ke ibarrel leyo yesibara.
In other words, tell me if I'm wrong, the way I understand you, the barrel of a firearm is not chiseled. It has indentations and radiations, as you call them,
Lens and grooves.
inside.
Inside, that's
And
correct.
rifling, as you call
And
it.
rifling inside, my lord.
I mean, common sense tells me that the distance, when it travels, it's not straight.
It's parallel.
My lord,
There's movement.
it will be straight, but there will be movement of a bullet.
Yeah, but
somewhere.
movement-
But the minute you find that movement, it's where it misses some of the markings which were supposed to be transferred to it.
Uma ke leso lenhlamvu seyihamba khona ke ngaphakathi ila khona ke amanye noma ezinye yalawo ma markings lawo ke izowageja ke.
And having done that exercise, he found that there are discernible class characteristics and some matching individual characteristics, but that they are not enough for an identification. There's no sufficient agreement for an identification.
Probably for him, there's no sufficient enough, but for me, there was sufficient enough, my lord.
Inkinga ke ukuthi ke yena ke uma ebheka uthole ukuthi ke akukho ke okwanele kodwa mina ke ngathola ukuthi khona ke okwanele ukusho ukuthi ngempela isona.
Now, Mr. Ramosipidi, put the question or the assertion clearly. so that everybody can understand it.
Yes.
When you say there are no identifications, say what are you saying?
My Lord,
I'm with you, I understand what you want to
I am
convey.
saying, let me break it down. When he did the examination comparison and he came to a finding, he says the following: the class characteristics are the same, right?
How many of those 3 agents?
We are not talking about the striations, man.
Of
I'm
all.
talking about the class.
Yeah,
There's
all, okay, fine, all of them.
between the exhibit bullet
Yeah, we've got 2.
and the test bullet.
We've got the test and the exhibit, fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the class characteristics are the same.
On both?
The
Sides.
test and the
Okay,
exhibit
fine,
bullet,
fine.
my Lord. But when we, did you interpret? Okay. But when we come to the individual characteristics, because in order to have a match, we must have class characteristics and individual characteristics that are sufficient to say that there is a match, correct?
That's correct, man.
Ukuthi ke sisho ukuthi ngempela ke lokhu kuyahambisana noma ke kuyahlangana ke kulokhu kubizwayo ke ukuthi uma kuhlanganisiwe ama characteristics ahlanganisiwe nala ayihambela odwa kufanele konke lokho ke kuhlanganeke ukuze usho ukuthi ngempela ke uthole lokho kutholile.
So they constituted a match, those characteristics. Are you saying that, sir?
To me, yes, my Lord, they constituted a
They
match.
constituted a match.
That's
a
correct,
match.
my Lord.
Yes. But I wasn't done with my proposition to you. The proposition then is that there are discernible and matching class characteristics. He does not deny that. But he's going to say when he compared the individual marks, some of them were there, but they are also not sufficient enough to render a finding of a match. Therefore, his finding is that is one of inconclusive. That is, he cannot say either way that the exhibit bullet was fired from the exhibit firearm.
But the individual characteristics were there.
Some individual
Were
characteristics.
there.
Yes.
Some of them were there.
Yes, but they were not insufficient agreement.
But for me, they were sufficient enough to say that it's positive.
Kumina ke njengoba yena ke ethi kwakungeneleke lokhu yena ke athola ke yebo uthi wakuthola wakubona kodwa kwangenele mina ke kwakwenele ukuthi ke ngifikelele kuloko engafikelela khona.
Now, there's let me first start it here. When you were at the laboratory of Mr. Petersen, he then made a proposition to you that he can test fire the exhibit bullet that is a known match with another known non-match. That is a bullet fired from a different firearm that we don't know the source of. You recall that exercise that he undertook with you?
Yes, I remember that one.
Okay.
Yebo ngiyamkhumbula ke esho ke ukuthi ke usengavivinya noma ke atteste ke lenhlamvu ke atteste nenye ke mhlambe kwesinye ke isibhamu esingasazi.
But did that, sorry, but did that happen?
My Lord,
Did that suggestion happen?
no, he took a bullet that was fired and he tried to match it, and there was some matching on it, of which he
Let's
said,
go, my Lord, let's go to it. It's there on the screen. If it can be also been.
No, I want this quote. I want to understand because he had to replicate your test. Is that not so?
my test, my Lord.
No, yeah, the findings, for instance. You told him this is what I did, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You told this court that.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, he has to counter that if he wants to.
He has to counter that.
Doesn't have to do the same thing which you did. He can come with other experiments. Is that what you're saying?
My Lord, he did the same experiments that I did. He compared the exhibits and the test.
That's it, the same experiment.
The same experiment.
Now, what were the results there? Because if you come and formulate another modus operandi, then this is not what this court had.
It's not, you see, my Lord, sometimes we ask for patience for this reason. There's an expert that is testifying. I want to refer to that expert, and I've qualified that a particular exercise was done in the presence of an expert by our expert to show a certain proposition to him.
Okay, fine. Go.
And I'm saying that thing, that exhibit we've given to the state, and it's there, it must be beamed. Then he explains it. If the court has got questions after explanations, then so be it.
Okay, go on.
Yes. Colonel Mangena, if you can look to that, and I believe that at the time you also took a camera via your cell phone of this experiment that was performed by Mr. Peterson.
Of this one?
Yes.
No, I didn't take a picture.
Okay.
Now, what is that, Mr. Ramusipisi?
What is that? I'm explaining, my lord. Brachot, can you make it bigger? I don't know how.
Hello?
My lord, I'm explaining. On the left-hand side is the exhibit bullet in this case.
On the left.
On the left.
Yeah.
And my lord, in terms of their terminology, that will be a known match, according to his evidence, because they say they know the source of the the firearm that fired it. But on the right will be a known non-match. So it's got nothing to do with the tests that he conducted. This is a random bullet that was picked up from a consignment of spent bullets from the catalog of our expert. And the purpose of this exercise was to show that the two marks on E2 and E3, the striae that on E2 and E3, when you compare them with a known match, that is the random bullet, it also produces the same mark, but it even produces better. There are 3 striae on there. So he could match it.
So, I mean, that's common sense
Yes.
and logic. Decrees to me that the exhibit bullet is changed.
It's changed.
It's different.
How is it different?
Is it different, or is it the same bullet which was picked up? Wait. With the same bullet which was allegedly picked up on the cupboard.
Yes.
Is that the same bullet?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes. But what I'm saying, my lord,
Yes.
there are 3 tests that the colonel did, which is 3 to 10. But on the right, it's not any of the 3 to 10. That's a random bullet. Fired from another firearm, not even the test firearm.
A different
in this case.
firearm.
Yes. So the purpose was to show the reproducibility of this, to show that the so-called match can be produced by a different firearm. And that exercise was performed in the presence of
Yes,
the
let's
colonel.
hear your answer there.
No, my lord, when you look at it, it's only where at the base where it started. But the minute you start moving it towards the front, there's a complete different markings on those ones. So where they start, they can match. It's not that it's only this one. You can do it with many other bullets, where you can force it to match where you started. But the minute you start moving it towards the center, you see a complete different.
Lana-ke ifakwe khona ngoba kuthiwa ile nhlangano-ke eyasetshenziswa kodwa yasetshenziswa nje kwisivamisi esihlukilele. Uthi lana ifakwe khona-ke ungathola-ke ukuthi yebo ungakwenza lokho nangeyiphi inhlamvu. Kodwa uma usuqhubeka-ke uya phambili uzothola-ke ukuthi kushintshile akusafani.
Yeah, from my understanding, so 2 firearms were used to mimic the actual firearm.
One firearm
No,
was
no.
used,
One firearm, madam.
And then?
and then the bullet fired in that firearm was compared to the exhibit bullet in our case.
So it was one firearm, the same firearm.
No, a complete different firearm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you're mimicking the actual firearm which was not used.
That's
When
correct.
you say it's
my lord.
completely different.
That's
I
correct.
thought I understood English. So there were 2 firearms.
2 firearms, meaning the firearm that we used.
And the alleged firearm which allegedly did whatever.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah, 2 different firearms.
That's correct, my
Oh,
lord.
my lord.
Lana-ke kwasetshenziswa ivami-ke ey'mbili ey'hlukene yilesi-ke yisona-ke sasithestwa-ke kanye nesinye-ke isibhamu.
We want to hand this.
Yeah, but sorry, just to recap, you were trying to explain that that photo. You
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
take a photograph of that sequence on the screen.
No, I didn't.
You
take-
did not?
No.
And what is your explanation? Why did you not take a photo?
It was the examinations conducted by Mr. Peters.
Yeah, but you were there. Why did you not take a photo?
I didn't want to interfere too much when he's investigating.
Okay, now that you didn't do it, just explain to this court what am I saying?
Yes.
So that everybody can be au fait with what he or she is saying. What is that?
My lord, on this is the exhibit bullet that we had.
The exhibit?
The exhibit bullet.
That's it, yeah, fine. On the left.
And on the right is the test fired in a different firearm, not in our exhibit firearm.
Lana-ke ku-left-ke ilena-ke imihlambo besinayo-ke kodwa-ke ku-right yenye-ke kodwa-ke ejujulwe ngesinye isibhamu kungasona-ke lesi isibhamu.
I hear you.
And the matching that he shows is only here, where you can see. But when you go further on this bullet, you cannot see the matching. There's no matching on it. So according to, because this one can match, to him he says you can compare it with any other language, of which is not possible that it's going to be positive with the other. any
Yena-ke
other firearm.
akutshengisayo noma kuyakuvezayo-ke yilokhu-ke okumakiwe-ke khona lapho kodwa-ke siqhubeka kuyale phambili-ke akutshengisi-ke kula ngithi mina-ke kunomehluko-ke okhona.
My lord,
Wait, we'll come to that. I thought you said to me, and I have read literature, which says no two firearms can replicate themselves. They are unique.
That's correct, man.
Now you and the experts of the defense, you go and conduct another test using a different firearm from the one which is alleged to have committed an offense. Is that
Well,
what you are telling me?
What he did, when he was comparing it, he just brought another bullet, said, let me compare it with it.
And where did the other gun come from?
That's the firearm that he had. I
So
don't
he
know
brought a
which
firearm and brought other bullets.
no.
It's one of the bullets that he fired from one of his firearms. I don't know which
Yeah, fine,
firearm.
fine. Now, just want to understand.
Ukuthi-ke yebo
So that I
wazake
can see that a
nemihlambo
fish is
kodwa
called a
ezake
fish.
futhi nesinye isibhamu.
Exactly my point, my
Yes,
lord.
yes.
That's what we were trying to demonstrate
Yeah, fine,
with
fine.
this. So with that, my lord, I beg leave to hand this demonstrative exhibit
Yeah, fine.
as an exhibit of the court and exhibit. Triple L, my lord.
Yeah, but there are two other exhibits. Remember, there are two statements, one of Sephora, one of
okay.
Bentley or Knight.
Okay. So this one will be exhibit triple L, and then the Bentley, my lord, apparently is triple L. Sorry, my lord.
Triple N.
Yeah, the statement of Bentley. L1, triple
And then
L1.
Knight,
The triple L1 is Bentley, my lord. The statement of Mr. Muntwedi, A.B. Muntwedi, who says he's from provincial, it will be triple L2.
I thought it's Sefularo.
Muntwedi, Sifularo Muntwedi, yes,
Oh,
my
I
lord.
see, Sefularo Muntwedi, fine.
Yes. And then this exhibit, the striation marks on bullets, the demonstrative one will be triple L3. my
Okay.
lord.
Fine.
Now, Colonel, you said that after you had conducted the test and made a finding, you called 4 of your colleagues to come and do the review of your work to confirm the findings, correct?
That's correct, my lord. I asked some of my colleagues just to confirm if what I'm seeing is what they also can see.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi-ke emuva kokuthi sekuqedileke ngabiza-ke ozakwethu ukuthi nje ube nokuqinisekisapho ukuthi lokho engikubonayo ingabe bayakubona nabo yini.
What are the names of these colleagues? You did mention them, but
It was
for record.
Lieutenant Colonel Fesser.
Hello?
Lieutenant Colonel Fesser.
Colonel Fesser,
Yes.
Reg,
It was
wie else?
Captain Rieta Feljun.
Brede Verloon.
Rieta Feljun.
Brieta Verloon, right?
It was
Wie-
Captain Ntini,
Captain Mutimi
and it was Lieutenant Colonel Serreo.
and Lieutenant Colonel Sebeko.
Serreo.
Sorry. Serreo. Okay, fine.
And let me start with this one. Fesser, is it a Colonel Fesser? Which tests of yours did he use to review and confirm your findings?
I gave him all the tests.
Okay.
Ingabe ke laba ke abachazayo ke uFesel uFalun uNtini kanye noSirewo ibona ke ngithi ke bazoqinisekisa ukuthi lokho engikubonayo noma engakuthola kuyikona yini ngabe ke uFesel lona yena ke iwaphi ama test wakhe awasebenzisa ngabanikeza konke engakwenza noma engama test engawenza.
And your testimony is that only Sirewo deposed to an affidavit confirming your findings, correct?
That's correct, my lord. When I do a microscopic comparison, I'll look into it. If it's a positive match, I have a positive match, I'll get another analyst to come and confirm my findings. So I'll give him all the exhibits, all the tests. He must do his own comparison. And if he agrees with me that it's a match, he will sign the form to confirm that he has checked these exhibits and he found a positive match on it.
Okushoyo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uSirewo kuphela ke owenza istatement esifungelwe yebo engikwenzayo ukuthi uma ngabe sengiqhathanisile ke ngenze umsebenzi wami ke uzobiza umunye ke umfaningi naye ke ozobheka uma naye esho ukuthi ngempela ke naye uthola lokho engikutholile naye ke uzobe seyasayina ke kuleyo form leyo.
And if I understood your evidence or even the 212 of Captain, is it Colonel Sirewo? He says that he confirmed test fires TB4 and TB8, correct? If you can have a look at his affidavit. And I believe the state is going to call him to come and testify as well.
Yes, sir.
Do you have his affidavit, Colonel?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
That's correct. He checked the 369 TB4 and 369 TB8.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke uKenya Sirewo awabheka ke u 369 TB4 no 369 TB8.
And your findings were based on TB5 and TB9, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Mina ke ngakuthola kwakungo TB5 no TB9.
Now, I want to understand this, and it's for clarification purposes. Why did Sirewo have to use separate test fires from your test fires? Because he's confirming what you have already said you found as a match. Why did he go to 4 and 8 and not utilize 5 and 9?
My lord, after doing my comparison, I used test bullet 5 and 9.
Yes.
So I gave him all the tests that I have fired. So he can choose which other bullet that he wants to use. So I'm not going to tell him which bullets to use, but I just give him all the tests so he can choose any of the tests that I gave him to do a comparison.
Mina ke nanje mangisebenzise yena ke uTB5 no TB9. Mina ke ngimnikeza onke ama test engiwenzile. Uyena ke oyikhethelayo kaphi mina omtshelayo ukuthi wena sebenzisa lokho nalokho yena ke uyayikhethela ke ngoba umbuzo uthi kungani ke yena sebenzise uTB4 no TB8 kodwa wena ke beku TB5 no TB9.
Now, in this vein, that you personally, having examined, compared, and came to a conclusion on TB5 and TB9, you produced the court charts to show the marks that you referred to as matches, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Sengikwenzile ke lokho konke lokho ngase ngiphika ke lama charts ebesiwa vezile ke khona la ukubonisa noma ukuveza ke lawo ma marks lawo.
Do you know if Colonel Sereo also produced his own charts to show the striations that he said they are sufficient enough on 4 TB4 and TB8 to show that there is also a match, thereby confirming your examination and your finding.
My lord, normally when we work on cases like this, if you confirm, you don't have to do a court chart because it's not your case, it's somebody else's case. You just confirm the microscopic results that he found. So if the court will request him to come and testify and do a court, that's when he will do the court chart. But normally we don't do it that way.
Ingabe naye ke uSireyo naye ke ama charts lana ke wawenza yini? Uma senza lokhu ke okwenjayelo ke wena ke uma kufanele nje uqinisekiseke lokhu ukuthi ngempela lo muntu uthole okuyikona awenzi wena ke ama charts ngoba ke okwakho nje ukuvuma ukuthi yebo lokho ukutholile nami ngiyakubona ke lana kodwa uma kuukuthi ke fanele ezenkantolo azofakaza inkantolo bisiyamcela ilapho ke azowenza khona.
Now, in your experience, have you ever had a situation whereby you make a finding of a match, then you call somebody to do, your colleague or another ballistic expert to do a peer review, then they come to a different conclusion to you and say this was either inconclusive or the other conclusions that can be reached in terms of the FT standards or conclusions?
If I do a microscopic comparison, I reach a certain conclusion, I request another expert to do the same. If he reached a different conclusion, we go to the third analyst or experienced expert to check on it, just to confirm our findings.
Okwenzekayo asithi mina ngisebenzileke ngathola ke lokho ngikutholayo ngidlulisela komunye ukuthi abheke yena ke athole ngendlela eyahlukileke le mina sizocela ke owesithathu ke yena ke manje okuyena ke ozonikeza isiqiniseko saloko okubili ke okuhlukile okutholakele.
Okay. And then have you personally disagreed with your colleague who's done an examination comparison, came to a particular conclusion, and then you do the peer review and you differ with him, you come to a different finding?
My lord, if I get somebody's case to confirm the microscopic comparison or the microscopic results, and I find that I'm coming to a different conclusion, I'll also get another opinion, the third, and to come and assist and check it also and see maybe I saw something different or maybe first analyst saw something different. The third one will just do the comparison and will tell us if he also comes to a different conclusion or maybe he thinks maybe it's inconclusive or make it, we go to another analyst to do the same thing.
Asithi ke manje mina ke kufanele ngibheke umsebenzi womunye umuntu bese ngiyathola ukuthi lokho akutholile kuhlukile kunalokho mina ngikutholayo nami ke ngizothola umuntu wesithathu ukuthi bewuyena ke manje osezobheka ke ukuthi mhlambe mina ngibone ngenye indlela naloya ubone ngenye indlela sesizothola ke manje omunye okuyena ke naye futhi okufanele abheke lo msebenzi esiwenzile.
Sorry, I'm sorry to judge in. So this peer review, it's internal, is it not?
It's internal, my lord.
The chain of the peer review, for how far does it stretch?
My lord, it depends on if we see differences, then we'll continue to get somebody until we all sit down and check it all together. In this case,
Yeah.
Lokhu kwenzeka ngaphakathi noma into eyenziwa ke la emaphoyiseni ngoba umehlulelo ufuna ukwazi ukuthi khamba kuyofica kuphike sizohamba kude siyofika la khona ke sizohlala phansi sonke ke sibonisane ke ngakho lokho.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, now in this instance, Colonel, you do a peer review of your colleague who's done an examination. You differ with him. You go to a second peer reviewer. And then, say for example, your colleague said it's a match. And then you see and examine, you come to a decision that it's inconclusive. Then you go to the second peer review, and then he goes to a match again. in that instance, because now it's 3 heads that have come to 2 conclusions, would we then consider that comparison a match or an inconclusive because the experts within that office do not agree on the final finding?
My lord, it will depend on the analyst who's working on the case. If he said it's a match, I said it's inconclusive. It's inconclusive for me because I didn't see sufficient agreement of matches. And the third analyst who comes and see it as a positive, then the analyst who's working on the case, it's either he will make it positive because there are 2 who said it's positive, now said it's inconclusive.
Asithi ke manje ke mina fanele ngibheke umsebenzi womunye bese mina ngingatholi ke lokho akutholile yena bese manje kuza omunye ke wesithathu yena ke avumelane ke nalo ekuyena ke osebenza ngalicala lona ke osebenza ngalicala usezothi yena ke ngoba ke manje i-positive ngoba ke babili ke manje abavumelana ngento eyodwa.
But then, Captain, say in your example, it's like in cricket, when they say a stamping and it goes to VAR of cricket, they say umpire's decision stands. So the examiner's decision stands, irrespective of whether the first peer review said inconclusive, and then the third one says positive again. Is that not misleading to the court? Because then, in that instance, like I say, there were 2 heads that agreed, 1 that didn't agree. So it's a borderline case because what you saw, the other one didn't see. So you cannot say either or this way that this particular firearm fired this cartridge. Therefore, we in the office differed, and if we differ, the benefit must be the inconclusive finding. Wouldn't you say so?
My lord, I think we need to understand when I say it's inconclusive. When I say it's inconclusive, I'm not saying it's not this firearm.
Yes.
It can be this firearm, but I cannot find sufficient markings. So if he makes it positive because he's got another analyst who supported him that it's positive, it's fine, it can be positive. But I saw it as inconclusive because the markings that I saw were maybe not sufficient enough for me.
Lana kufanele sikwazeke noma sikulandeleke ukuthi ke mina ke uma ngitheke akuphelele noma akwaneleke lokho engikubonayo noma ke engikutholile mina ke abe eseyadlulisa ke komunye yena ke athole ngendlela eyahlukile kule yami ke yena kuzothola ukuthi cha kwaneleke lokho ngoba yimina kuphela obone ukuthi akwanele.
Now, let me come to this one aspect. I see, my lord, it's already 25 to 4. I'd ask at this juncture that we adjourn until tomorrow. Then I'll continue tomorrow.
Are you available tomorrow, sir?
I'm available, my lord.
This debate, Mr. Ramsepedi, is very interesting. But this court is concerned about the actuality
Yes.
of this case.
Yes.
I can give you an example. I once handled a case, fingerprints, about 20 years ago. There was a guy called Captain Stedler. He was an expert on fingerprints. It was a case which concerned a freedom fighter of the ANC who was arrested in Bloemfontein. He had put on placards taking them from Lesotho. And when he was pasting them with the glue, his fingerprints overlapped onto the placards. The security cops caught him. They only found 6 points.
6 ridges.
Right, not ridges, or
Yes.
just 6 points
6
of
points,
identification.
yes.
And the law said 7, you remember?
Yes, I know.
We hired 2 specialists, fingerprint specialists from Scotland Yard.
Yes.
They came, they gave evidence. Colonel Stedler was alone. He had access to 2.5 million ID documents of South Africans. And our guy from Britain and Scotland, they came with theory.
Yes.
And the judge then was Ken Lewis. This guy just took 250,000 and told us that in South Africa, there are about 2.5 plus
Yes.
blacks. Then they were segregating blacks and
Blacks
white
and whites,
fingerprints.
yes.
Yeah. But you guys, you come and tell me about theory. This guy says he went over 250,000 fingerprints, and he never found 6, a fingerprint with 6 points.
points, yes.
Meaning that the conclusion is
Yes. It's negative, my lord.
It doesn't necessarily have to be 7.
Yes,
It depends on the modus operandi you used.
yes,
He has 250,000 examples he went through, and not a single one has 6 points,
6
two,
points, yes.
two, we had 6 points of identification.
yes.
Okay, are you with me, Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, about quality, yes.
Right,
No, thank
okay. Can we come tomorrow at 10?
Thank you, my lord.